Okay, there's one. And then we'll get the other side too. Then we'll see who wants to join us on a Saturday. Oh god. There's my mirror pools again.
Alright, you're live on YouTube.
The YouTube. I don't have the same luxury over here. I still might need to yank this whole dang thing out. That's super frustrating. Because it does not want to come out. Oh, okay, whatever. We just must do it. This camera's going up. Hey everyone, today Kyle's working on X-Files.
We're live. You're live.
Hey everyone, today Kyle's going to be screaming at the X-Files. So what ones go where? Oh, are you effing me? That is weird. Wait, hold on. Is it this one? Wait. No, it's this one. No, it's not. It's the one behind it, which is still
Oh,
intact.
look who's here.
Uh-oh, who's here?
Favorite. Mr. Baxter.
Oh, our best friend. We're glad you showed up.
Look, this is the whole reason why Kyle did the stream today. I hope you're working on your game too,
Yeah.
Colin.
We're like, wonder if Colin's gonna show up.
No, it was like, oh my god, I hope Colin's gonna be here.
Because now I can, this is more just an excuse to kind of drink beer during the middle of the day and try to do this in my living room. Oh, God. They definitely didn't engineer, Sega didn't engineer a lot of this stuff to like be really friendly to work on. Some of it is, and some of it is painful.
Whoa, I have like double chat screens going on right now. I'm like, what is happening?
Well,
Oh, got you.
you're obviously in the X-Files.
There you go.
I need to sit back and watch the X-Files again.
Yeah, that's what you could have been doing.
So are these threaded into that thing? And we'll find out as soon as I start yanking on it, I guess. This game is evil. Oh, nice. Have you found anything weird with it yet? Did you mess with any of the stuff on for the dot matrix yet on that thing either? I'm glad that
I'm going AFK for a second.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll periodically check the chat. I want to see how much of this I can get done so I can just like stop working and sit down and chat with anybody who decides to hang out. Oh, okay, good. So it's just, they're screwed in there. The magnet will slide off the core. I need to try to get the opto board out. Slide the magnet out. Bitchin'. Okay, well, I'll put it back together. Where are those teeny screws? Swap the DMD and got nothing. Did you check the those resistor things where the dot matrix ribbon cable goes in at the top of the computer? That's a suspect, man. Usually the dot matrix itself won't display garbage. Like if a dot matrix is going bad, you'll like lose like a line or you'll get like fuzzy lines or it'll be pulsating kind of weird, but you usually don't get garbage, you know? But I always forget too because I just don't do these kinds of games as often. Like that's one of my weaker points. Like I can diagnose the Williams ones a little easier, but I need to set up I'm soldering on the floor station. I could plug my soldering iron in over there. So I guess like the way it works is like the computer sends stuff on a ribbon cable to the dot matrix computer, and then the dot matrix computer, translates that into displaying data. Alright. We had to kind of fumble this setup together because like the microphone wasn't working the right way, so I had to like go get a microphone. Nice. Yeah. The fuse holders on those Data East games are awful. It's like most of the time if I take the board out, I just do them. So I think you're doing the right thing. It seems like my fears of having bad internet at home for streaming are kind of quelled, which is kind of cool. It looks like I will be able to stream at home. Center view, I want that camera. Nice, now you're looking at my floor and my knees. All right, we're gonna replace some visible light LEDs on this Sega Opto board guy. Let's see, I need my solder sucker. I need some snippers. Hey Phil. It's funny, like, you see such bad work on Data East and Sega games. I don't know what it was or why they are like that, but it's just like such a commonplace thing. Not bad work. Well, it is kind of bad work, but usually it's just super sloppy, you know? I've seen weird stuff where like people will go in and like, I saw a game once that was super, it's funny because like there's like an overlap between like car guys and like people that are kind of into pinball. So like I've seen some really weird stuff where people will try to get like fancy, and it's like, it's clever, right? But like someone had it was a Frankenstein or something, and it had bad fuse clips, right? Like they all do. And someone soldered wires to the board and like soldered a automotive style fuse holder in so they could use like, you know, blade fuses. I was like, what the hell? It's so elegant, but so bad. Where'd I put my clippers? Oh yeah, no, the Sega games, they or the late White Star games, they had way better themes than the Williams ones did. That's a controversial take, but it's true. That's why I mean, I don't know, I guess that makes sense, right? And that's why Gary and Stern as a company still tries to really do mostly original or like licensed themes, right? Okay. I'm gonna see if I can do this with like without enough light, not at my workbench. I'm just trying to heat this LED up and like slowly yank it out of the board, one each side. So you definitely, if anyone actually watches this like one day and it's like, oh, replacing opto LEDs with these White Star games, with the visible spectrum LED lights, you want to replace them as a pair. They just always seem to work better that way. I think the original LEDs that Sega used were like one style, and they're both like, the circuit's kind of fascinating. It doesn't have like a photo receiver and like an infrared LED. They both use visible light, like red LEDs. Oh crap, the camera's really not looking at anything. But like the original ones are like really expensive and hard to find, but they're like, is a decent replacement, and we sell them. But I noticed that they work better if you replace them as a pair. So just, you read this, listen to this. I kind of need to switch hands here. I'm like holding the soldering iron with my left hand, and I'm a little shaky. I shouldn't have had so much coffee this morning. I'm also not using any light. I got clean holes, whatever. Ugh. I'm gonna try to hang my soldering iron without melting my toolbox too. What's going on here? Tilt down. I know, I can't read. Got a connector on the PB that was burned out. Janky jumpers! Nice. A TV tray. That's a really good idea. Holy crap. Yeah, sorry about the crotch shot. I can't find I need a workbench. But eventually I'll have my little pinball room set up so we can like do better streaming from my house, and we don't need to be doing it on the floor in my living room. But so be it. These optos do have a flat side, and that tells you which side is the anode versus the cathode. I don't remember which one's which, but if you can see, I can't really focus this and try to show, but one side is flat, and usually the side that has a flat bit also has a shorter lead. You'll notice that on the drawing, the ink on the circuit board here also has a flat side, and that is the way you do need to install this, because an LED is just a diode. So there is a correct way and an incorrect way to install them. And these guys are a little fat to fit through this hole. So what I need to do is I need to kind of trim the legs a little bit here. Sometimes you do have to.
Oh my god, do that again. Let me fix this freaking camera.
Hey. Pinball tables before real tables, right? Oh, thanks, Emoto. She's helping. So see those fat bits on this leg? I'm gonna have to try to cut those and snip those so they fit through the hole. A lot of the stuff that Sega used in this era are now like just no longer available. So you have to really we have to get creative when resourcing the correct LEDs that work, but sometimes the form factors are a little different. I'm going to use some sharper cutters. Those are kind of my general purpose beat 'em up cutters. I always have like 3 pairs of cutters in my toolbox of varying degrees of screwed up. Let's see if I can get these. This is hard to see for me in here because I have no light. Come on. Ooh, there we go. I kind of shaved it a little bit there. Isn't it fun modifying parts before you put them into a game? There's one. But you gotta do what you gotta do. We need it to work. The symptom on this, when I got this game, I really like the X-Files. It's a game that I used to play a lot when I was a kid. And I noticed when my friend brought this to me that the magnet wasn't working. So I fixed the magnet and then I started playing it and I realized that, I mean, the only thing that was wrong with the magnet was that it had a blown fuse. And I realized that it had a blown fuse because the opto that would sense when a ball was sitting on the magnet, it wasn't working, right? So it never knew that it had or did not have a ball on it, so it would just keep the magnet energized and blew up the fuse. Thankfully it didn't burn the magnet up, but I'm gonna see if I can get this thing through now after modifying the holes, or the leads. We are joined by a cat. We'll see how many times they decide to come on camera. I still couldn't get it well enough to get it through the hole. Alright, I'm gonna have to keep trying to snip. Time to bust out the... Yeah, man. Those, and it's funny too, those PPV boards, they seem like, it seems like such a good idea. And it kinda is. But like they always end up taking like so much of a lot of just brunt force. Like they're always so burned up on multiple sides. I appreciate the innovation from Sega and Stern and Data East, whichever era, whatever you want to call them, whenever they were calling themselves at that time. Okay, which side is grumpier? Man, this is annoying. I'm gonna have to go look at the rest of the stock we have. What I'm talking about is these little, see these things here? These little cleat kind of things. They're a little too big to fit through the hole here on this particular circuit board. These are just long range opto boards. Stern used these in like a lot of different applications. And again, these LEDs are a direct replacement, but there's something in the form factor of these LEDs which is making it a little difficult for them to go through this hole. I'm thinking I might do, we'll see. I don't want to bust out the heavy artillery yet and like modify the holes a little bit. I'm going to keep trying to clamp and cut the cleats down. Sometimes, you know what, I will also just double check. Maybe I will try sucking the holes out a little bit more as well. Right, like there could be some, let's raise this camera so maybe we can get a little bit of a view so you're not just looking at the floor. I should just take this dang thing off of this magnet core. The magnet coil slips on here, and this is the bracket. This sticks above the playfield, and the ball catches the beam. The magnet core is stuck under the playfield, but anyway. I think I'll be able to do it this way. Turn this way.
How big is that box? Can the camera walk back anymore?
No, the box is hella small. Hopefully, when I set up the other room, I'll be able to have like a small workbench that I can collapse or something like that. Dang it. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna have to set myself up for success a little bit better. I think I'll walk the camera back by putting it on top of this chair, which is housing my microphone. Which is a little weird. Man, living room streaming, this is exciting. Look how many challenges we're being faced with today.
This is ridiculous. You don't have another table?
Not one that is adequate. Let's see. I'm actually going to go get another chair and solder on that. Not only do I have like, my house is not set up. We don't have enough furniture to furnish everything. We don't have enough tables. We haven't found so many things we need First world problems, right? Can I file them? That's a really good idea, instead of trying to snip them, because the snipping was not working so hot. Come on. Did I just rip the pad off? Yeah, thankfully that's not the important side of the trace though, or the pad, so I'm not that mad, but this is why I wish I had my solder sucker. Oh hey, the pad is still stuck on the soldering iron. We're doing some real high quality repairs today. But if I can fix this, I can put the game back together. And then if I put the game back together, I can play it. And then if I can play it, that means other people can play it, which means I can bring it to the arcade. I'm going to try to file them with a points file. That's a really good idea. A cheap used card, my first good idea. Nah, everyone's got a couple good ideas. A cheap used.
Tilt the handheld up a little bit so you can see what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna move closer to it. I'm just gonna try to get this sucker in here and just see if I can catch those cleats at all. I think we're really close. I was able to snip off a bunch, but there's just a teeny bit. Also, you kind of got to like hold the leads so they're not twisting and bending too much, or else the file's not going to be able to catch on to much. I was not expecting to have to do this much modification. It's always the easy jobs that turn out to be the hard ones, right? Okay, let me get that one. This one looks a little suspect. What am I working on? Sega long-range visible light opto boards. One of the LEDs was bad, so I am replacing both of them because you generally always want to replace these guys as a pair. They use the same LED because it's got a fancy circuit. Oh, I just mucked this one up. Okay, well, I'll fix that one later. I'm going to pull a new one off of the strip here, and I'm going to see. I think the goal now is we're going to try snipping them again, but we're going to try filing them down once they get to a certain point. With these nice sharp cutters, I should be able to achieve a good result. The DEF CON solution is reaming the hole in the board out a teeny bit, and that is like your last chance, or your last, possible. That's what you want to do last. That's not your first choice thing. I don't want to have to do that, but if this is the only way to get these LEDs going forward, it might be the only thing we can do to make them easy to swap out. Gosh, what a pain. I can't get these ones to snip now either. The joys of electronics repair. I always wish like a lightsaber was real, so you could just slightly lightsaber something. Trying to like not destroy or rip the leads up either, so I'm trying to figure out how to get it to like bend out of the way and allow me to like put pressure on it, right? So I can actually file the dang thing. This is a massive exercise in patience, that's for sure. It's actually working very well though. So
A little bit of patience will go a long way. I'm gonna keep at it. You never know what skills you're gonna need when working on a pinball game, right? Like, I feel like right now I'm being a jeweler. Hey Ty, what's up, man? We're doing some like really frustrating modifications on some optos right now so they fit in this Sega opto board. Filing down some little teeny cleats so they fit through the board nicely. That one's pretty good. I'm gonna do a test fit. This is so ridiculous. I love it. In a mega frustrating way. Just a teeny bit on this side. Gosh, and to think I have to do this again when I get to the other side. Yeah, we're coming to you live from my living room with a microphone instead of like one of those ones on my chin. So excuse the audio quality. This is kind of mostly a test to see like, is my internet good enough to stream from home? So maybe we'll start doing some core pinball playing streaming or something if y'all want to watch that. I know I do. Hey, thanks. Yeah, super bright LEDs. They're annoying. Super annoying. Yeah, I just quickly impromptu set up in my living room, like tried to figure out where the best place to do this was. I'm kind of still working on setting up my pinball room. I have one game in there right now, and I have to figure out how to move this gigantic dresser that the guy that we bought the house from left. Once I get that out, though, I'll have so much room to start doing this stuff inside that room. And it won't drive my wife quite so crazy having all this crap in the living room. Okay. Will this fit? No, because that one's still really, really gnarly. One side's really good, and the other side's like almost there. Oh, this makes me upset. I need more beer now. Let's see. This is what y'all come here for, is this super high quality filing content, huh? You helped someone move a dresser? You want to come from Oslo to help me move a dresser, please? I'm cutting up the tips of my fingers. Oh, this is terrible. Okay, so if I did want to go the DEF CON route and potentially bore the holes of the circuit board out just a teeny bit, I would need a small drill bit. That is a very risky maneuver, right? If we were to make that bigger, we would destroy the fillet, right, the through-hole bit of the PCB. And these LEDs do need top and bottom contact. One side of the diode needs to connect on the top, the other side needs to connect on the bottom. So that's why I'm not just jumping to that right now. If this was like straight single-sided, I would have just bored the hole out a teeny bit, but it's not. This better be worth it. This better be worth it. Hey, Andrew. Slow-mo filing could be cool. It might be. Oh, hey, Leaf Carrot. How are you?
Yeah, pinball takes up a lot of room in your house. That's why I had to start operating games, because I had so many, not enough room to keep them. Oh my gosh. Zach Brannigan got a free grow room with his house. That's pretty cool. I got some plants. Well, not cannabis plants. I got some pretty plants in some pots that the guy didn't move. And this big obnoxious dresser. It's just like, I know why he left it there. It's because he didn't want to move the dang thing. Oh god, this is making me so grumpy. It's so close, and it's only like a teeny little bit. I don't want to do that. I don't even know if honestly, I'm not even sure if I have a drill bit that is small enough to do this. I feel like if I just maybe stick my flush cutters in just a teeny bit and kind of work them in a twisting motion, I might be able to ream the hole just enough. Your garage has a basement? Yeah, I was gonna say. That's pretty cool. If I wanted the pool table in the basement, yeah, seriously, it's funny. It's like, you think you're getting a deal. It's like, oh sweet, I'm gonna get a pool table, woohoo! It's like, yeah, try moving that thing out of the basement. It's no fun. I've moved a lot of pool tables when I worked at my old gig, working for the operator in pinball repair guy, you know. And pool tables, a commercial pool table is easy to move if you've got the right equipment. I think a home pool table, or like some competition grade, like heavy duty slate, you know, I guess that's the thing, is like a commercially operated, coin operated pool table, they are built to be moved, right? Where the other ones are kind of not so much. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, does anyone know anything about freaking pool tables? Let's learn something. Yes, my house in California sold. We are streaming live from my house that we bought in Columbia, South Carolina. It is quite cute, but we do not have enough furniture to furnish the whole thing, so this room is basically empty, which is why I claimed it as a pinball annex for the time being. Thankfully, my wife is very okay with that, so I just found the method. I think if I would have done this earlier, this would have been a lot easier. I'm using the holes in the circuit board to kind of balance the damn things, so they're not flopping around. And now I can kind of put a little more pressure and go around the dang leads. This is so dumb. I'm gonna go figure out where we got these from and see if we can get a better solution, if we can get LEDs that don't require this modification, because this is, I don't think most people would go through this effort. But again, I could just bore the dang hole out and be done with it. I keep talking about it, but I don't think I will do it. I know that they are heavy. And an upstairs. Dang, that's super cool. Recording studio pinball arcade. That sounds like a place I would never want to leave. Oh man, dude, that's terrible. I'm sorry. That sucks. The housing market here in South Carolina was kind of nuts. Even during a pandemic, you know, like I wasn't expecting it to be the way it was, but yeah, we were able to sell our place in California pretty easy, but I think that's kind of a given. But
This is awful. I feel like I want to move on to something different, but like I need to do this to get the dang game working. I feel like I need to go out into my back shed that's like attached to the house. I don't know what to call it. And try to find some drill bits because this is kind of ridiculous.
It would just take 4 seconds of drilling. Damn.
That's gnarly, man.
Cash offers, and I mean, that sounds like California, right? Like, I had friends that would offer like 20K more and like get laughed at by the selling agent because, like, you know, there's like people offering like 100,000 over cash, you know, or 100,000 cash, like, you know, then like a little bit of financing. It was just nuts. Like, I don't understand. It's not fair. People need places to live. And not everyone's hella rich.
Okay. You know what I say? I say I'm just gonna do it, but that means I need to go off camera. So maybe Emoto needs to come on and like talk to people and soothe everyone with their voice while I go search for a drill bit.
You know, another thing I could try before I drill it is sometimes if I use a dental pick, I have been able to widen the holes a teeny bit just by pushing. This is evil.
Sometimes just trying to ream it out with a pick can get you that half millimeter, not even, like the teeniest little 100th of a millimeter of space I need. Hi, Emoto. This is so dumb. I am really frustrated and flustered right now.
The push app is so loud.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
I'll turn my mic on for a second. Hello, everybody.
It's just like Tuesday, but different.
Yeah.
Wow, I am just really...
I'm editing the Twippies in my onesie.
Is it cold?
Oh, look, you can kind of see me.
Is it a onesie for warmth or a onesie for cozy?
Both.
Both.
Why is it so weird?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go look for my box of drill bits really quick. I haven't set up... This is my excuse for everything. It's like, oh, I just moved in. I haven't set anything up, but it's kind of true. I haven't set up my garage shed thing yet, so I really don't even know where they are, so I'll go give it like a 5-second look. Oh, hey, check it out. Oh, yeah, that's right. It just went in. But you know what? I still might go look for those damn drill bits because I'm not spending 25 minutes to get one stupid LED into a board again. Oh my god. Have you ever met a pinball repair person that wasn't grumpy? Impossible.
I don't think so. Now that I think about it.
Seems like all fun and games.
Best callouts. Who do you think's gonna win for best callouts?
Deadpool.
I really hate how this orange is white.
I don't remember what the nominations were for best callouts.
I mean, just think of all the games that came out in 2020.
I know, but that's like the problem is like there was so much awful mental trauma that my brain has like not remembered so much stuff. I think
Things.
I mean Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Avengers, Heavy Metal. That was starring changed in 2020.
I feel like heavy metal
By
probably
Jersey Jack,
has some good
Rick and
stuff.
Morty by Spooky Pinball.
Oh yeah.
P3 had Heist and Ranger in the Ruin. Rangers in the Ruin. Ranger in the Ruins. Ooh, I should double check that.
Honestly, pinball hot take. I am most excited to play Heist out of like almost every game that you just
I really want to play Heist.
listed. I love the freaking. I like the P3 system so much. Ha! Oh my gosh, that's really funny. So I do have continuity there, but look what I was doing. I was making sure that I didn't like break the lead internally on the LED. Can y'all see that LED? Okay, check this out. So, you know, when you use a voltmeter and resistance, it puts a teeny charge through it. So I have the red lead hooked up here and I'm grounding it out there and it's turning on. So that means I do have continuity.
Yay.
LOL. Anyways, you're still in bed? Amazing. Sorry, I'm behind on the chat. Thanks for being everybody here. It's kind of fun.
In bed? Oh, Andrew Barney. I wish I was in bed.
Colin, look for where's my beer? Here it is. Look for just look for cracked and burnt connections, right? Like you've done what you need to do. You replaced all of the fuse clips. That's the most important thing. Good job. I do have a beer. I'm drinking a nice lager in this weird cup I found at a thrift store.
Oh wow, that's such a cool container.
Yeah, it's a German Steinkrug, but like it's a Stabs Company Pioneer Lehr Brigade. So, but it's like the staff company of a engineers learning battalion. So, German army engineers.
Okay. Nice.
Delicious.
Oh no. I hope your oral surgery has gone well and you have a fast recovery.
Oh, that's terrible, man. Yeah, please feel better.
Leave Carrot, there's a pinball award show. There's actually several pinball award shows, in fact. The one I'm working on is called the Twippies.
Yeah.
Created by This Week in Pinball. Marco Pinball is a huge sponsor for the Twippies.
Twippies have been on for how many years now? 5, 6?
This is the 4th year.
Oh, okay.
The Twippies. The Twippies is an audience choice award, so in January everyone voted for all of their favorites of pinball in the year 2020, and on March 27th we're going to show the results of those votes.
I remember the 2017 Twippies were just so exciting. I mean, that was such an awesome year for pinball.
Man.
Iron Maiden.
What year?
2017.
2017 was Iron Maiden?
Right? Am I wrong?
2018 maybe?
I thought maybe it was 2016. I don't remember. Iron Maiden, Deadpool, the Beatles. Yeah. That was fun.
That was a good year. 2020 was a great year for pinball too. We just didn't have all the shows to go see.
I know. Well, and that's the thing that makes me sad is I haven't gotten to play so many of the games. I mean, I'm lucky because I have gotten to play Avengers and Turtles and Led Zeppelin, but I didn't get to play any of the new stuff from P3, and that's what I enjoy the most.
Is there a hyphen in callouts? Sure, not.
I would say no. Yeah, hopefully you feel better, Andrew, because we need more of those delicious coils you make. Get back to work. Okay, I'm going to try filing this sucker again now too. Actually, you know what? No. I'm going to give this... Actually, you know what? I have an even sharper pair of cutters. I'm going to try those suckers. I'm so done with this. I want to not be doing this part anymore. And you know the funny thing is, like, there's going to be something else wrong with it when I get it back in there. Like, this was going to be all for nothing. Holy crap. These are way sharper. Oh, yeah. 2021 is going to be a fun year for pinball too. I feel like it's going to, like, the shows that maybe happen this year at the end of the year, if it's safe enough to do so, or the shows that happen in 2022, like the first couple or whatnot, those are going to be amazing because they're going to be like mega shows. We're going to get to play like all sorts of games that we didn't have a chance to play during the pandemic, right? Like...
Oh, yay, Leaf Carrot. Yeah, this Columbia scene is growing. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to you. Thanks to Kyle. Marco Pinball. All the awesome pinball locations you guys have now. You just blew up all of a sudden.
Yeah. We're glad you're here too. Columbia is a fun place. Except for yesterday, or last Thursday, when they were like, oh, there's gonna be a big old tornado. Y'all better like be ready for a tornado.
X on YouTube. We started the YouTube stream today just so you would come. But you should join us on Twitch. It's more fun on Twitch. And you get to use our fun emotes.
Yep.
Kyle. Beck Screwdriver. You can do other fun Twitch stuff, which we haven't integrated yet.
So let's see. Yes, X, that would be awesome. Come on over. Bad Out of Hell by Meatloaf. What are you working on right now?
I saw you post a picture of your Gottlieb Atlantis the other day. Are you working on that thing? I want to work on my own games. I'm sick of working on customer stuff right now.
X, yes. We are Marco Specialties, aka Marco Pinball. That's our live stream channel. Kyle does all the hero work at Marco Pinball.
Thanks.
And on a side, he streams pinball repair. So we can learn with him, can share tips and tricks. And for Saturday, it's our let's all keep each other accountable streams, right? We're all working. Everyone in the chat's working on their pinball machines. I'm working on pinball editing.
Oh, that was so much faster. God dang.
Hopefully
Yeah,
we get
if
to
I
see
was...
Kyle play X-Files soon.
If y'all weren't here, I would be playing video games and not getting anything productive done. So
Me too.
even though I'm sitting here being like, I'd rather work on my own games. Like, you wouldn't even do that, you lazy bum.
2000 Marco catalog? No, we have a 2020 Marco catalog.
We actually have
I
a
think
couple.
you can order it on the website and put it in your cart for free, or maybe a couple cents max. But yeah,
We do have some of the paper catalogs from like the late '90s though in the office, which is really fun.
those are cool. The old newsletters were like, "Will you honor 2000 catalog prices?" No, Nolan. Get out
Yes.
of here. Sorry. We're not authorized to do that.
What I was thinking is like the next show we go to, I might like laminate one of those.
I know Kyle's turning so southern.
What I do?
You're using y'all more.
Oh my god. I got made fun of for saying y'all
This is Cali.
when I lived in California still. Ugh.
Oh yeah, the pin tips. Is that what we were talking about? CNK on the old catalog. I need to post one of those today. I took a bunch of pictures of all of Mark's archived newsletters. You know, and that like the paper is like brown now.
Yeah.
But he has a lot of great like pin tips that he wrote in back in the day.
So it's really important when you install all optos to make sure that they sit flat against the board, right? And they're not like cockeyed cattywampus one way or another. And with these ones especially, like I'm going to really sit here and make sure they're kind of pointing at each other.
You know, these are what you'd call like a long range opto. A lot of the Williams games, you know, most of the time they were really close to each other. So you really have to make sure that these things are, you know, pointing the right way. Y'all city slickers can just get. I know, that's the funny thing, is it's like, it's funny what like people around here consider like the city and what's rural. It's weird explaining to my friends that have like never left their bubble in the Bay Area, like what the world is like elsewhere. You know, you don't have to drive too far from beautiful downtown Columbia, South Carolina to hit a place that's like all dirt roads and stuff, you know? There's a lot of dirt roads right next to the Marco office. Okay, I'm gonna switch cameras. Before we install this dang thing, we are going to just test it with the game on and switch test or something. Cattywampus! So, I used to get made fun of for saying that a lot too by a bunch of my friends, but one of my old auto shop teacher, Mr. Dick, he always used to use the word cattywampus, and I just thought it was hilarious. It's like, well, what you got there? You got something that's pretty cattywampus there. It's like, oh man, what the heck? I need to go get a power cord from my computer room. I'll be right back. Hello, cat.
How do you show a picture of best callouts?
What in tarnation?
Maybe this.
I'm running through the house, scaring the heck out of my cats. Okay, I'm back. I got a there's the extension strip. A 10-foot extension cord to extend approximately 9 inches. Okay. Do that. Do that.
I can't tell you guys who won. I would ruin the surprise.
Yeah. She won't even tell me. But you don't want to know. You want to wait for the show. It'll be way more exciting that way.
Yeah. You gotta wait for the real reveal. Like new game title speculation. I hate that. I wanna get the real reveal. I don't wanna ruin it. I wanna be completely surprised when a new game comes out.
Yeah. It is. It's way more fun to be surprised by it than signing an NDA and hearing about it. There's nothing exciting about that at all. Okay, this is the thing. It's kind of in view. Let me move this for a better view a little bit, but I'm going to turn the game on. It might be really loud, so apologies.
Oh, that's a cool show.
Okay, so the transmitter LED is much brighter than it was before. So what it is these LEDs are run at 12 volts, and the 12 volts it's hot for the LEDs, and the LEDs just start to wear out after a while. So I'm gonna put my finger. So it works. It was okay. Thankfully, that's all it was, and that's pretty normal. So let me reiterate while I just kind of screw this stuff back together and check the chat too.
You fixed it?
Yeah, I
Wisp
fixed
is
it.
here. Wisp,
Hey, DeWisp. So, okay. This was my troubleshooting train of thought on this game. I played it, the magnet wasn't working. Okay, let me look into it. the fuse for the magnet was blown. The magnet is actually fused under the playfield here. Lots of times they do that, and there are other fuses in the back for whatever, whatever color 50-volt wire it is, this violet, yellow, whatever. Let's skip that for a second. So the magnet wasn't working. I replaced the fuse, the magnet started working. And one thing that this game will do, with a lot of games with magnets, is it kind of stages the ball on the magnet for a second, and then it will like throw it or do something with it. And this game was not doing anything with it. It was just stuck on the magnet. So the cause and effect actually ended up being this opto switch, because the game didn't know that there was something on the magnet. It would never turn the magnet off, which caused the fuse to blow up. Right? The circuit did exactly as it was supposed to do, but the cause of the fuse blowing up wasn't because the magnet was bad or anything else, right? The cause was because the switch was broken. So there's a little bit of, not complex troubleshooting, but it was kind of more of a cause and effect-y kind of thing, You would kind of jump towards like, oh, I must have a problem with the magnet if the fuse is blowing up. And yes, you do, but the problem was outside input, not necessarily the magnet's fault. Pretty easy. The reason I jumped to the optos is because obviously wasn't working. But the thing I noticed was, since these are visible light optos, right? They light up red, and you can see them shining. I noticed that the one for this switch was kind of dim. It was still shining, but it wasn't very bright. And again, that's just kind of wear of the actual LED. So we swapped both of them as a pair. Now it works. So now we can I can put this stupid game back together. I'm gonna put a actual coat of wax on it before I put it back together, and drink a beer and hang out with the chat for a minute while the wax dries up. But I feel good. I have to replace another switch on this game too. The software is kind of smart enough to get around it, but this game has an auto launch, and what it does is it auto launches. It's actually kind of dumb. I want to talk to whoever designed this game and be like, why the heck did you do this? It auto launches it like into a subway, which then launches it back out and feeds it onto the ramp. And it's kind of neat, but it's weird because it launches all of like 6 inches. I don't know. It doesn't make sense why you would use a launch coil, but whatever. But one of the switches that tells that it's in that subway is broken, so it is finicky. Okay, where did this come from? Oh, I had to take off a light to get that other opto out nicely. Let me put that flashlight back on. Someone put a bunch of LEDs in this game, and they're like kind of awful because they're too bright. I might take some of the flash lamps out. This game's gonna go to my local arcade, and it's kind of dark in there, and the flashes are super overpowering. You know what, actually, I do need to, let me swap that switch before I wax it. This isn't very exciting. I don't even know if I want to move the camera. So I'm going to. All right, we're moving. Look at my face. Hey, everyone. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I've got a ceiling. I've got my wife's really cool butterfly collection. So now y'all have to look at the window. It's going to be kind of weird, but...
No, why are you doing this?
Because if I didn't move the camera, you'd say, no, we can't see anything.
That's probably true.
But in a good way. So here's the switch. So it auto plunges like into this stupid subway, and if it catches this switch just right, it'll shoot it back up and put it into play. But this switch is missing its actuator, so it's weird. I don't get it. I don't understand why there's 2 switches. I think maybe there's 2 switches just in case there's like the event of 2 balls stacking up or 3 balls stacking up in here. Because if you did shoot it into the scoop and you were in multi-ball, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. It doesn't make sense. I'm gonna read the chat. How do you feel about adding second lamp sockets on the other side of a star rollover? I think that's fun, man. There's nothing wrong with that. I think the only thing I don't like about, I feel like the only thing I don't like about adding light is like when it shines in places that like it shouldn't. Like, I know that this is under a star rollover, so that doesn't count, but like, when people like add extra lights under the playfield, and it just kind of like, I don't know, it just blows stuff out. That's why I don't like LED flashers. I never put LED flashers in my games just because they're too bright and they're like too intense. And they cost a lot of money and I'm cheap, so. Da-da-da. These are, I think these are number 2 screws. Or number 4. No, these are number 2s. If you have Stern Sega games, you need these like hex head number 2, 56, 1-inch long screws or whatnot. Trust me. You will drop them, you will lose them, and like nothing else uses a number 2, so it's weird. This switch is very bad because it's missing the actuator. It's very broken. Again, weird design, right? Like it's shooting a ball like down onto this thing. It's like being hammered a billion times a game because you like you don't have to do anything in the X-Files to get a multi-ball. It's an amazing game. I love that for that reason. Because I suck at pinball. This game has these Sega games too. A lot of Sega early Stern games have, they call it the DOTS system. We've talked about this a little bit, like on the regular pinball show. DOTS, diode on terminal switch. So like every switch needs a diode, but not every switch actually has the diode mounted on it. So the diode for this switch and this switch is mounted somewhere on the playfield. Actually, here. There is one of those dots right there. This is just a strip where they solder wires to, put the diodes on, and then run the wires somewhere else. I think it really works well, and I think the reasoning that Stern did this for was like in high impact applications, like exactly like this. You don't want a diode shaking off and causing a open in the switch matrix. I need some solder. If I'm gonna solder things, I need some solder.
Just get a hat.
Whee! So I put my Night Moves cocktail pinball game at the coffee shop, like around the corner from my house. And it's so funny because every time I walk in to get coffee in the morning, the dude that owns the place is like playing the pinball game and not working, you know?
See what happens? What pinball machine did you put in there right now?
Night Moves.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I mean, what coffee shop do you know of has cocktail pinball?
That was the fun thing because like they don't have a lot of room, but they really wanted like a video game and a pinball game. Ooh, I got solder on the floor.
Perfect. I would always sit at that table. Can you sit at that table and just?
Yeah. I asked Greg to put a table next to it, right? But like it's designed to have drinks put on it, so I was whatever. It doesn't bother me. It'll be fun. What my goal is like, you know, we've got some good arcades here, and that will attract like a certain kind of person. But not every it's kind of shocking to us, but not every normal person would just like decide like, oh, I'm going to go to the arcade. So having pinball in places that aren't like typical locations is so great to me because it draws other people that might not normally go to the arcade, right, to come play pinball again. Okay. I know I need to replace another switch. I need to replace the switch for the start button, but I will do that later. That's not very interesting. I'd like to get this game back together. I'm going to move this camera back over. Actually, here, everyone look at all these sweet butterflies and moths while I put the play field back down.
Okay.
Wow. All right, cool. Now I will wax it, and then I'm gonna come hang out with y'all for a second, and then we'll do a little bit more work. All right. And here is the X-Files. Who texted me? Oh my gosh. Sorry. My friend that owns the arcade downtown just sent me a text message. He just took a pit stop on his way to trade a video game. He played some Roadshow. Who doesn't love Roadshow?
Oh, yeah. Red and Ted, right?
This show's ridiculous. Oh, that game is ridiculous. Let me go find a waxing towel. Here we go. With a hit song from everyone's favorite artist, Carlene Carter. Where the heck did I put the wax? What?
That's a real thing?
Yeah. Her song comes on in the multi-ball.
Wow, cool.
Where the heck did I put the wax? I swear I had the wax in here. Oh, it's in the game. Wow. Dumbass. Okay. Oh yeah, she did the voice of Red. Okay. I don't know, like, I guess I always say that as a joke because I don't know any of Carlene Carter's songs, but at the same time, she is a pretty famous artist. I just always found it interesting, like, you know, Williams was trying to market to just different demographics, right? Like, 8-Ball Deluxe is cowboy pinball because it was trying to, you know, the story that I got was that it was trying to, you know, target the non-arcade going crowd, right? Operators wanted something for every pool hall and every, you know, cowboy bar, honky tonk bar, whatever, that didn't fit the mold of like your standard arcade or pizza shop or something. So there's like always a couple of goofy examples of that around still.
No good.
Put too much wax on my rag. Okay. These Sega playfields are usually in pretty good shape. This one's pretty nice. This game will probably end up being mine one day. We'll see. I have the lead on 2 X-Files now, the one that's sitting right in front of me, and then another guy. And I've been looking for an X-Files forever, and now like they're all coming out of the woodwork. I have a new old stock X-Files playfield that I bought at Pinagogo a couple years ago. Alright, let's let that dry. A quick wax to make it even more brutal and insanely fast. This game does take a bit of tweaking to get it to play like real nice, but I'll get there. Chalk up. What's the one pin where you plunge and a pack of cigarettes comes out? That would be that would be a fun game. A little cigarette vending machine game. Get a jackpot, get a couple of stogies.
8-Ball Super Deluxe, I think.
Okay, let's look at this game. X-Files is neat. The one thing Sega did like super good was they just kind of had like a toy, and then they made like the whole game around like said toy. Like the integration between toy and pinball game is always really fun on the Sega games, I think. This one has Mulder's filing cabinet. And it's neat, you know, you shoot the ball in there and it raises and lowers, and that's how you start your multi-ball. I have to replace, oh, there's some wax on that flash. Man, I should have taken those flashers out while I was underneath the playfield. They're super obnoxious. Okay. I'm going to try driving a new post in here. I filled the hole last week. It's just a very strange system of a bunch of little stand-up posts to protect the optos and the flashers in this area.
What's your definition of tweaking? CNK asked you.
Like doing things to make the game just play better, and more, I mean, making it do the things you want it to do. Like specifically, like, you know, sometimes like tweaking lane guides or maybe putting bigger rubbers on certain places. So, like in some games, like the balls, like you can Schatz a ball, right? Neil Schatz always had a thing in pinball tournaments where he would like catch a ball on his flipper or something, and he would catch the ball and it would put force back on it and it would jump out the in lane and into the out lane. So like on some games, like I will actually try to, you know, I'll put larger rubbers here or something like that to try to prevent the ball from doing that so much. Tweaking lane guides, you know, just messing with things. This game was being really aggressive when it was launching the ball out of its... The ball goes in here and then it gets shot out here into the ramp when you plunge. And it would like shoot the ball super hard and like throw it down the out hole. So those are the kinds of things we need to tweak. See if we can get this thing to play nicer. I've got both of the ramps clean and over there and ready to be put back on. Just gonna let the wax kind of dry up a little bit, and then we get to figure out how to put it back together. The flippers probably need some attention, but I'm probably just gonna let them get played and exploded, and then I'll replace them at the arcade because they work okay for now. These Sega flippers are like way overpowered. They're very similar to what Sega uses or Stern uses now. Meatloaf, Super Deluxe. Yeah.
Look at Douglas' comments.
Yeah. The magnet area on the game looks great. Mine was extremely warm when I picked up my X-Files. Had to fiberglass and epoxy it. Oh, geez. Well, see, that's the thing, right? When the magnets get stuck on for whatever reason, they burn the playfields up. Here, hold on. You guys like nice playfields. Let me show you something cool.
See, now we're at his house so he can do show and tell.
Over the years, I've been buying many playfields for games that I don't have but want. Here is a brand new X-Files playfield. Ooh. For maybe one day.
Yeah, let's do a playfield swap on the show.
Not on this game. But I like this one. It's kind of neat. I'm just a big X-Files fan too. My wife and I both are. So it was a no-brainer when I saw it. I had to buy it. That's how I realized I was a freak, is when I had like a bunch of playfields for games that I don't even own. It's like, what is wrong with you? What are you doing with your life? Okay, let's put a little rubber on here before I forget. Yeah, this playfield is pretty nice. Whoever had this game took decent care of it. The cabinet's kind of weird, but it's not that bad. The head, these awful showcase heads are weird. This one's kind of sagging. It needs some cabinetry help to get this thing open all the way, but overall, it's pretty nice. Yeah, it has. Yeah, David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson allowed their likeness to be used and their voices. Yeah, well, that's the sad thing, is they had really good sound, but the call-outs are a little weird. They're just not. They just literally ripped stuff from the show, right? They didn't actually write anything for the pinball game. That's the thing, right? My friend who bought this, basically on my recommendation, was like, he was like, I got X-Files. I'm excited to learn the game. I was like, well, there's not much, man. I really like this game, but I never said it was a great game. This has a lot of nostalgia for me from childhood, and my fandom for the X-Files. But the games are fun, but right, like, look, this game was made in, like, 97. Like, what other game came out in 1997? Or what other game came out in 1994, 1995, right? Like, Williams was putting out these hits that people are still gaga over, but Sega, Sega Stern, whatever, they were putting out games and they were selling well, but they just weren't 100% there, right? They didn't have these crazy rule sets, and I don't know. But they're fun. They have flippers. Any game with flippers is fun. That's the weird thing too, is like, I'm looking at this thing too. It's been a while since I've torn one down. There's like empty switch holes here, right? Like they obviously had more things planned for this game, but I feel like a lot of these things were rushed. I feel like a lot of these games were designed and then they threw an art package on it and said, okay, go, Obi Drunk Kenobi. Hey.
Thanks for the subscribe, Obi.
The Walking Dead is weird. I never really liked that game. And then I started playing it and it became pretty enjoyable. But the aesthetic of the game is awful. I mean, well, it's zombies, whatever. It's not supposed to be great. But yeah, all those call-outs, it all just seemed kind of amateur. But then I watched the show and I played the game and I realized nah, this is pretty dang good. It really does fit everything that had to do with the show. It was just me not knowing anything about the franchise. The Walking Dead, I think, is amazing. Also, mostly because of Lyman's rules, though. Lyman Sheets is incredible. But I don't know anything. I'm just a big dummy. Okay. Now I need to remember what order the ramps have to go on in. I think the baby ramp goes on first. No. The Fluke Man ramp goes on first. Maybe not. Let's just lay them out. There's nothing wrong with that. That one goes above it. Yeah, no, so the Fluke Man ramp does go on first. Okay. Let's make sure I did everything. The rubbers were changed kind of recently. This is a home use for a very long time game. So it really, there's not much wrong with it other than the things we've been working on. This one, this even has Doggett on it. You never even notice that because you don't see the game like taken apart, but on the back right corner, Agent Doggett is on the big plastic in the back. I feel like if X-Files was still like kind of relevant, like they would make such an incredible X-Files pinball machine now. But I'm still thinking if I make a homebrew, I'm going to do Blade Runner. But I wouldn't do it any justice, so I'd actually probably end up just doing something dumb. Okay. Oh, that goes there where that lamp is, that's right. Okay. What I like to do when I put ramps back on is just kind of dry fit them and take a look-see at what's going on before you really do the whole thing. Don't forget the Queequeg plastic! Oh my god, yeah. Everyone's favorite X-Files character. Rest in peace. Queequeg. I don't remember what the names of the FBI directors were. It's been so long since I've watched the show, and I have a dumb memory, but I like, it will be fun to go back and like rewatch the episodes and see where they took all the info from. Who is this guy? Who is this guy in the back corner? Is this just one of the like semi-reoccurring villains? You got Dan Krychek on the back glass. No one likes that guy, but at least you have Doggett. They did include him. I think by the time that this game came out, David Duchovny wasn't on the show anymore. So, let's see. We got this ramp with the baby. Oh, and I took off one of the beehive plastics. Oh, right. Okay, this one, I just threw a bolt. This thing goes over here. I had to take that off to look at the optos, so I need to screw, nut. Yeah, and this ramp goes over everything else, so it is the Fluke Man ramp that goes on first, so we'll work on that. That's why it's the baby. It's got the alien baby. They spend so much money on this stuff, like maybe if they didn't make a baby plastic, they could have made the game a little better. A hot bird. This thing had like a weird, bad mix of hardware, so I will probably need to continue adding like corrected better hardware as I go, or I'm also just kind of nonchalant about putting games back together, and I'll put screws that maybe didn't go there before back on there, and then go grab other hardware and put, you know, the washers that it required on there sometimes. So I think, I mean, not that my style is the best way to do it, but everyone really should, y'all should really try to keep extra hardware around, right? So in case you do need to start putting a game back together, and I don't know, just having washers and screws is really the most important thing. It's not the right screw. Is that a number 5? I thought I had this all like separated. I'm like, oh, well, everything for this ramp is on this weird piece of paper on the floor, and this one is the other one. I don't have it as organized as I thought I did. I need some more beer. Oh shoot, we were talking about X-Files and I haven't looked at the chat now. Love to get my hands on an X-Files. It really is. The smoking man is on the back glass, and then his cigarette is on the play field. Sorry, the camera's gonna be at a weird angle, but the smoking man's on the back. X-Files, yes. Hey, I got my first dose of the vaccine the other day. I've been getting my Windows XP updates. Colin, I don't think so. If you look at your schematic, you'll probably see that the power for the dot matrix literally goes straight from the power supply down to the dot matrix itself. There, I think, if I remember right, it's like the top left connector, but don't quote me, please. What's up with these screw holes? Why don't nothing go into them? Are they not number 6, or can I just not remember what I did last weekend? Going to assume it's number 2. I think these are just bent weird, so I was never able to get a thread to catch. I honestly did not finish the most recent X-Files reboot. I need to watch that. I mean, it was okay. I don't know. I always try to like get my expectations in check before I like really nerd out onto something. Yeah, there is supposed to be a... You're right. Okay. But this game does not have that clear plastic. Thank you for pointing that out. This game does not have the plastic. I should probably source one. I might have that at work. Or I can at least see if I have the file at work so I can or just get one cut or reintroduce it. We, a couple times, like Marco, we have bought out... Stern will just sell us everything that they have laying around in their warehouses that they are not going to use anymore, right? Like things that are very old. And I do think that there was a little batch of X-Files things that was purchased in one of those buyouts. I mean, years and years and years ago. So we also have a lot of the technical drawings for some of this stuff, so it's not that hard to get some of those plastics recut. I am going to assume that these here maybe held that plastic, the holes that I'm touching. Okay, so let's remember how this goes back together. Generally when I'm putting ramps back together, like I won't tighten everything down until it's like kind of sat in place. Also, as a general rule, I'll always try to put a washer on the screw that is then holding the ramp to whatever. I think that's just best practice. It'll be a little more even pressure, etc. for holding this stuff down. I think this was on a standoff, so I need to look for a long plastic standoff because these lights shined at the filing cabinet. So I'm just going to tack this in a little bit here. I forgot to put a nut back on this plastic here. I think I took that up because I dropped a screw. So now actually I need to go get some more hardware. I guess like at least the one thing I kind of learned is that there's like a bunch of different ways to put these things together sometimes, and there's a right way, but sometimes even the way that you might think is the right way, like, oh, I took it apart, so it has to go back that way. Yeah, that might not be the right way. This is an old game. It's been taken apart 10,000 times. I'm going to come read chat again in 1 second. Be very careful to bend this up. This is a weird 2-piece ramp, so it's actually kind of bendy, but this ramp also doesn't exist, so don't break it. I did find that spacer over there too. The X-File. Beer before 5 p.m.? Oh, like every day. Nolan, that's a big part of the game. There's like a character that just like obnoxiously smoked all the time in the X-Files. So he's got, and he was just known as the smoking man. The show's hilarious. It makes fun of itself. I don't know. I think, okay, I'll have to rewatch it then. That Out of Hell Man. Because the Monster of the Week everything was always my favorite in the show, right? Like, it's just so funny. I really like the episodes. I mean, basically, every episode of the X-Files that Vince Gilligan did is the best episode of the X-Files as far as I'm concerned. I really need to sit down and rewatch it. I really like. I still don't remember the premise of the episode. If someone's really wanting to, go check it out for me. I don't remember what season it was in, but it was still David Duchovny. It was a Vince Gilligan episode where it was like based around an HOA, and like the monster was like some like weird garden monster that would like come out and like attack people that like were not keeping their yards up to like HOA standards or something like that. I think that's what I remember the premise being, and that is like the most hilarious episode of the X-Files to me. I despise an HOA. Why doesn't this screw want to go in? And tack this in here. And then I think before I get too far, I want to make sure I can get all the ramps plugged in, right? The worst thing that can happen when you're reinstalling a ramp is realizing that one of the plugs is in like a weird spot, so you gotta like yank stuff back apart once it's all already put back together. And this one switch harness here is in a weird spot and kind of hard to get back into its hole. I'm going to do it like half up, half down. So I'm going to screw with the camera. Oopsie daisy. Look at the Carolina parakeet print. You're back. How is your work coming along in Moto?
It's good.
It's good. That's
Step by step.
Step by step. Okay, that's in. I'm gonna check all the other plugs now.
Can you
the Golem.
Blue cam.
It's been drifting.
Yeah.
I need to tighten the tripod. It's weird.
Is your house like on a hill? Why is it?
No, it's just loose. The house is 115 years old, so give it a little slack. No. The Golem. Okay, Obi-Wan Kenobi wins. Give that guy all sorts of points. Yeah, the monster comes out and kills you if your grass is too long. It's so funny. Have you taken apart a Theater of Magic playfield? It's pretty difficult. Theater of Magic is a pain in the butt. It depends on what you're trying to do, though. Oh, good. That help out. Meatloaf has done it too. It's not that bad. Every game is pretty much the same. It's just a matter of like, just, you know, doing it slowly, doing it, you know, taking your time. That's really the thing, is taking your time and doing it at a pace that's like comfortable for you. So we've got a orange and black purple flasher here. Where does that attach in the harness? Oh, here it is. Orange. Oh, that's orange and black blue. Orange and black purple. Did this? No, that has to get routed through there. That makes no sense to not. Okay, it's just a little stretched thin. Oh, well, I guess if I routed it this way underneath the subway, it might kind of fit better. Okay. Cool. So let's see. I've got that guy. I have the diverter coil under the Fluke Man. There's this one. Here's the orange and black blue. I'm going to watch that episode of the X-Files tonight. I think I'm going to hang out with co-worker Marco Ramirez, the most amazing person. I know. Marco's going to come over today. But once Marco leaves, I'm going to usher him out and I'm going to watch some X-Files. Okay, this is probably for the other room. We'll just wait till we get everything back in. Okay, so I think I have the whole ramp hooked up. So now that I know that I have all of the wires dressed the way they should, it's pretty safe to go in and put the ramp back, make sure it's affixed in all points. So I will slowly do that now. This ramp looks like what? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 number 6 screws with washers. So I'm gonna go grab those real quick and I'll come back and check the chat. I gotta say thanks everyone for like joining on a Saturday. This is so fun. And it's helping Emoto finish her work.
Yeah, because
Otherwise there'd be no Twitties. And where would we be without the Pinball Awards show that everyone looks forward to every year?
it's like the great debate in my head. Do I finish the Twippies or do I just leave the pinball scene? Because if I don't finish the Twippies, then
I wouldn't blame you if you just decided to give up.
But what is better? You know what I mean? I got a lot of video games I need to play right now.
Yeah, right? We need to play all sorts of Deep Rock Galactic. Okay, now I can tilt the camera down so you don't have to look at my mantle. Whee! This is very compelling, just putting a ramp back together, you know? Tried to swap from another game and that DMD didn't work in the game. So, okay, we know that the problem is in your last action hero, thinking the ROM might be bad. The window isn't covered. I looked at R95, but I'm not able to take it out. Was looking at Clay's guides, and it says R95 on the small DMD. Okay, huh. I mean, you could try the ROM, Colin, but you need to figure out if the computer's booting or not. I think that's the most important thing right now. But again, actually, no. You know what? Your computer is booting because I don't think the DMD is enabled unless it gets a signal that says like, hey, go by the computer. You know what I mean? So I'll burn you a ROM. I'll send you a ROM. Just send me an email and I'll do it on Monday. Actually, C&K, I will be in the Twippies. I presented a category, which is fun.
Oh yeah, I did do an Easter egg of Kyle.
Oh no.
No, I mean the Easter egg is you presenting a category.
Oh, okay, yeah, that is my Easter.
But it's totally in the Pintech Live setting. Actually, in the jungle setting. So we're in the jungle.
We're in the jungle. Oh, hey, there's a couple screws here that hold this Fluke Man on that side. Okay.
And he's presenting the most controversial category ever.
I feel bad because
I don't. Can I say what one that I'm presenting?
Yeah, it's public
Okay.
knowledge.
I really don't listen to pinball podcasts much anymore. Like especially over the last year during the pandemic. Like I don't know. There's definitely still like a lot of really good content out there. I just haven't listened to it. Oh, hey, there's a bunch of people walking down the street in St. Patrick's garb. It's like y'all know that was like a few days ago, right?
Close your windows.
Yeah, can't see that holiday spirit around here.
Don't let them waft in.
There's like a house across the street from me where like a bunch of like college kids live, and it seems like today is St. Patrick's Day except for not.
I will say that
Oh,
Guns N' Roses
gotta answer the phone.
has so many great promo images for this game compared to all their previous games. Especially their commercial that they did for the game. It's so sick. Their marketing team is awesome. Kyle just ditched us to take a phone call.
Sorry, hold on. My wife is trying to buy me records right now.
Ooh. Alright, that's an important
Nowhere
phone
and
call.
Going Blank Again are the two that I want. Going Blank Again is the one with like the collage kind of face, and Nowhere is the one with the blue like wave. Do they have those? Well, what do they have? Carnival of Light? Oh. Yeah, those ones are too Britpop for me. How much is it?
It's only $150. That sounds fine. Get it.
Okay, then don't. Okay, well let me know if you find anything else cool. You do. But you don't. Get a good ride record instead. Okay, bye. Dang. I thought I had my chance to get these records I've been looking for a really long time, but it turns out they don't have them. Okay, what's up with the chat? I really want to help Colin get this done. The ROM window has no tape. I don't think, I mean, that won't cause that much. You need like a lot of sustained UV light to really corrupt and erase an EEPROM. But the thing is, right, is like when you're trying to solve these things, and I know you know this, but like you always want to do the easy crap first, right? Like if you are lucky enough, you swap a new computer, you swap a new DMD in. Okay, that didn't solve the problem. Okay, next you swap in a new working computer, right, with working ROM and everything like that. You know, it's like, oh, okay, that solved the problem. Okay, now we know to start looking here. You know what I mean? Like that is the easiest, quickest way to troubleshoot things. And I realize that I am privileged to have access and have a lot of spare parts to make troubleshooting quick and easy that way. And like me telling you to do that would require like a lot of investment of money. So I understand why that's not that the solution doesn't work for everybody, you know? So, but that's the quickest way to do it. I don't know. It got to a point, especially when I was doing this every day for my job all the time, where it's like I wanted to learn how to solve the problem, or like what was the problem. But at the end of the day, if I didn't do it fast enough, I wouldn't make money. So sometimes I didn't get to learn what the issue was. I just had to do it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, change the channel when I come on. Do I collect records? Yes, I have a lot of records. It's debilitating to move records in pinball machines. The game was stored in a barn? Oh, gosh. What podcast did you post actually, oh no, Emoto, you posted that on Marco's social media, right, about the pinball in Norway?
Oh, yeah.
Are you still, okay.
Norwegian pinball.
Are you on that podcast, I haven't listened to it yet.
Hermanson actually sent it to us.
Oh.
I think last night or something, and I got a notification, and then I clicked on it, and I was like, oh, this is so awesome. I must reshare immediately. It's cool. It's like a new talk show.
Most Norwegian people I know speak English better than I can.
Yes, their English was all very well. Very good. Definitely. Better than I speak too.
I'm almost out of short number 6 screws in my box of hardware. This is a travesty. This game was missing a lot of hardware, though. Thankfully, I work where a lot of this stuff comes from, so I will refill my box on Monday. When a game is in your house, I will let it slide to be missing a couple screws here and there, maybe somewhere. But this game is going to go in an arcade, and it needs the hardware. When games actually get played like they do in arcades, right, they shake themselves to death, so. I think I need to refill my beer, because now I'm in a good mood, because things are going slightly swimmingly. Missing a nut on that side of that plastic. I am curious where that center magnet plastic went. C&K reminded me that it exists, and now this game doesn't have it, so let's hope that I didn't shoot myself in the foot by putting everything on too soon. This guy snuck through the back plane, and I think this one snuck in this hole in the playfield here. And we've got flashers. These flashers are on the same circuit, so they just go here. Man, it's a nice day outside. I just wish it wasn't so cold. So I plan on actually bringing a pinball game outside. Oh no! I know I did this wrong. Hey, why didn't someone tell me I was doing this wrong? No, it's okay. We can salvage. The Fluke Man ramp does go on over the Alien Baby ramp. So now I'm going to try and take off the minimum amount of screws where I can kind of snake it under without putting too much stress on the ramps, but I'm also going to just take it all the way off because cracking ramps is, you lose a lot of points for doing that. Gotta come see the chat again. I'm excited to just get done with it so I can just sit here and drink beer with everybody. Obi Drunk Kenobi, I do use Discogs, but I've updated my collection, but when I put my records back out in my new house here, I need to go back through and make sure I have everything current and correct. I love Discogs. Which tiny stand-ups in a bank are different? Oh, these stand-ups. Yeah, so these are really neat. Let's talk about those a little bit later, if you'll stick around, Turin. Those are called Sega modular targets. They're really neat. Crane is constantly moving and some coils aren't working. A couple of controlled lights don't work. Skill shot lights will light but not move. Weird. It's all cattywampus. Yeah, I'm doing it not so correct. You're right. Yeah, X-Files. Hi, Fliptronic. Your guys' stream at that new place in Austin was really fun. I was watching, but I didn't chime in because I'm shy. But that looks like a really fun location. I was glad y'all were playing X-Files, Ghostbusters, because I really like Ghostbusters. Mark my words, and hold them against me if ever necessary. X-Files or Ghostbusters and Deadpool are going to be the Addams Family of the 2000 teens.
Fliptronic. Everybody watch Fliptronic, Kyle, and Cosmic Carnage Arcade, Wild Dog Arcade, and the Cephalopod Arcade. I never know how to say Ryan's name. Cephalopod Arcade. The Cephalopod. Sonic Pinball guy, Ryan McQuaid's Twitch. They're all doing a TNA challenge today at 8 p.m. Eastern.
That's really fun. Maybe I'll play TNA while you guys are doing TNA while I watch.
Oh yeah, and Scott Denise's gonna be there, so I mean you have to watch it. It's definitely another thing that's gonna keep me at my computer today while I edit the tweets.
Okay, I just really, really jankily snaked that ramp in, and I'm very proud of myself. But now I need to unjankily pop it back up so I could get this switch wire through the hole. Okay, so see, even when you screw up on camera, you can still fix it. So, but yeah, the TNA heads up thing is going to be fun. I actually just downloaded the new code for TNA, so I need to update my TNA, and maybe I will play it tonight.
You can play your TNA while you watch Fliptronic stream.
That's the plan, man.
Kyle, have you ever gotten to Blood Wizard mode on X-Files?
No.
Blood Wizard mode. Have you gotten to any wizard mode?
Yeah, I think
not
it's
supposed to that came off very condescending. I definitely have never gotten to any wizard mode.
Well, I'm not very good at pinball, so I'm not too... That did not come off condescending to me. That's like a normal question. Yes, I have. I can get to Lost in the Zone on Twilight Zone all the time, but that's...
Oh, that's cool.
Because I've owned Twilight Zone for 10 years, but I don't know.
Have you ever gotten to the wizard mode on Hard Body?
The whole game is a wizard mode.
Correct answer.
It's such a good game. I can do some of the mini wizard modes on Deadpool and Iron Maiden, but I'm not great. Oh, that's cool. An old high school. Rad. I have an old car dealership like across Main Street from my house. Maybe I should go and turn that into an arcade. But then I'd probably need to not work at Marco anymore, which would be bad. No, I didn't see that. Will you link that to me? That's kind of neat. I like the Sega Showcase back boxes, but I also hate them with all of my stuff. Delicious beer. Okay, now let's get this stupid thing back together. I have to put all the screws back in. I'm excited to play this game though. I'm thinking we might stream it maybe Monday night after work or something like that. I'll bring the other camera home and maybe I'll move it into my pinball room. And we can have an inaugural Kyle streaming from his new house, Pinball Street. I think it'll be better in there because it's a little bit brighter. The walls aren't a garish color of red. It might look a little brighter, but I'm just happy that my internet is fast enough to like do all this. My old house, the rental I had before we bought this place had like amazing AT&T fiber. I got like 400 down and 400 up. It was insane. And then when I saw that the fiber wasn't available in this neighborhood, I had to just settle with Spectrum cable. Which sucks, but it's okay. It's fast enough to do this. But it's not fiber. Man, they really stack too much stuff in this game on top of each other. It's a really tight package. That sounds weird. Yeah, the Godzilla back box. That's neat. Here's the back box. Let's take a look really quick. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think this game would look better with a standard back box. You know what trips me out on these things too? Is like the sound on these Sega games with the BSMT 2000 chip is like, they're great, right? It's super nice sound considering. But like they cheaped out, Stern cheaped out super hard in this era. I get it, right? There's not a lot of profit in these games, but there's only one speaker in the back panel. There's a speaker on the right side of the dot matrix, but not the left. When I got it home, I've never owned an X-Files, right? I've always played them on location. Definitely my favorite game of my childhood. And then I finally got it home and I started playing it and I was like, this sounds wrong, right? Like this is not right. It definitely there's a channel out. And then I opened up the back box. I was like, oh, maybe the speaker came unsoldered. Hopefully it's something easy. And no, there's just no speaker on that side. So, the more you know. Never meet your heroes. Now, if this game was mine, or actually, let me rephrase that. When this game is mine, I will wire it up for some super sweet stereo action. I'm trying to get a wire through this hole down here, but it's fighting me. Pin sound. The sound is, the speech is especially met in this game because they just took stuff from the TV show and like plopped it into whatever the heck they were doing. So, I don't know. I've always thought the sound was good. Just as good as the Williams DCS stuff. But they did never have the voices just right. At least on these 90s games. The early 2000s games were okay. The emulated BSMT stuff. But I guess it is normal also, Fliptronic, you say you're using a pin sound. It's like, I think X-Files was one of the last games that used a real BSMT 2000 chip before they started emulating it. Ugh. It's hard to fix. I don't like fixing them. I say I don't like fixing them, but I have 2 of them I need to fix. Anything I can do to save a game, I'll do it. Okay, I'm going to tack it in at the front, and then I am going to go over and plug everything in from the bottom. Ugh. I'm surprised that my cats are not in here causing like a massive amount of ruckus right now. Hey, thanks for coming and joining us on this weird Kyle in his living room stream. Thanks for helping always too, man. Ugh. Okay. Tack it in the front. Everything seems okay. We'll plug everything in from the bottom and see what we can do. I think I probably should also keep my momentum up, and either on or off stream. I should fix my TNA if I do decide to play it a bit tonight. I've had problems with one of the sound channels cutting in and out, and it just like drives me insane to play that game. without the sound being just like super perfect, because that game has amazing sound. Let's look at those goofy switches here too, while I have the game open. I'm not going to take them out. I think I probably have one in the other room where all my parts are, but I'd also have to dig through a bunch of boxes of parts to find it. Sega did these neat things where at least Sega was like really innovative. The engineers at Stern, let's take a look-see at these really quick. But they did these things, it was called a modular target, and this is it. So you can actually split this thing in half and make it a front or a rear mount target. They work with a keyboard switch on the inside, so it is just a keyboard switch with a diode on it, just like in a keyboard, and it has a plug that goes into the bottom. So you can mount it forwards or backwards. The target actuator is flippable as well. It's kind of cool. The problem is now that they are kind of like relatively inobtainium. I know that we do have a bunch at Marco. We have some, but I know that Pinball Life does have a good assortment of them as well. If you're looking for some other unique combinations. The ones that are impossible to get are the semi-spherical targets. I don't remember what games actually use the semi-spherical targets, but they're hard to find. I have one. It's like precious. I'll never use it, but if I do need it, I'll have it. Okay, so Flukeman ramp is installed. I need to undo something over here because the crossover ramp still needs to go on. This thing still needs a bunch of screws. It's also kind of cattywampus, but it's probably just because it's been uninstalled for a while. It looks like it'll be fine once I screw it down. Okay, let's check chat. Hi, chat. I mean, if you're checking bridge rectifiers? I mean, they should just remember a bridge rectifier is just 4 diodes, so you should. I don't know how many ohms it should read, but I mean at the same time they're also really cheap. So if you can take them out, if you think it's suspect, just take it out. But you should be able to measure it like 4 separate discrete diodes and get the correct reading. I'm gonna go get a refill on beer. I would probably rule your rectifiers out too, Colin, for now at least, because you're getting DC voltage, right? A rectifier just turns AC into DC through magic. I don't see those things going bad as often on that era of game at least. That sounds right. I mean, that's a low drop. So this beer is quite good. I'm very much enjoying it. I hear the postman. The mail carrier is bringing me goodies. I just got a bunch of locks, and I'm very happy to have a bunch more pinball style locks. I've been out for a while. That's upside down. Does this go on top of this part of the ramp? Oh, this is where I should have paid attention when I was taking the game apart. Yeah, it goes on top because the ball has to roll and plop into the ramp. Okay. Sorry, y'all can't even see what I'm doing. Streaming in my living room is hard. Streaming anything is really difficult, I've learned. I can't do any of this without Emoto. It's not a one-person job. I have so much respect for people who stream pinball all the time. This needs to be just a teeny bit longer. No, I think it might be good. Might need to turn the fan on, but the microphone might pick it up. Okay, so yeah, I've talked about it a few times because we did have a little X-Files Geek Out episode or moment a little while ago. I think the episode is called Golem. It was one that was written by Vince Gilligan. It's the one about the monster that attacks people at the HOA for not keeping their yards in check. I've always found HOAs to just be very comical, so that episode just made me laugh a lot. Nah, I don't need to take no stinking pictures. This screw is way too long. I don't know where these super long screws came from, but they need to go back somewhere. I'll trade them out for short ones. I swear I'm gonna start watching X-Files. After the stream's over, I'm gonna walk over. I'm gonna go grab a coffee from the coffee shop, take a little walk, since it is kind of warming up now. And then I might go play Star Sector and watch X-Files. Which one is that one? Can you do like a quick descriptor, Mr. Loaf? I've been watching a lot of Star Trek original series, and I just need a little bit of a break. It's like Saturday morning cartoons for me, so it's just time to switch the cartoon a little bit. Okay, one, that's it. That rests the ramp there, that's why that's empty. So we've got two more screws that do the ramps. I'm gonna double check a few more things, and then we're gonna power it up and see what it does. It's gonna work, the game works. I do need to install a Ramtron in it eventually before it goes to the arcade, or when I bring it to the arcade, but that's a number 8 screw, that's not what I need. Where did all my number 6 screws go? I probably use them all on Pintech. I just never refill my hardware box. I'm glad I haven't been doing many service calls lately. Else I'd be screwed. Can I walk to Transmission Arcade? I can. It's only about 5 blocks away from my house. In the words of Bare Naked Ladies, watching X-Files with no lights on were Dan's La Maison. Oh my god. Arcadia. Okay, which one was that? Because season 6 was... Okay, no. Y'all gotta give me like brief episodes. Okay, Clyde Bruckman is the episode where Queequeg originates. Clyde can see how people are going to die. Oh, yeah, okay. And then, okay, Dragger, which one's... Oh, it's Arcadia? Okay, so... Oh, but the monster was called the Golem. Okay. Fliptronic, what is that episode about? Give me a synopsis again. Season 7, episode 13. And someone remind me which season it was when David Duchovny left the show and when Doggett was our man. I like Doggett. I kind of hate Doggett, but I also like Doggett. Okay, oh, there's a number 6 screw. Aha! Okay, I need to write down that I need to go get more number 6 screws. Oh, yeah, okay, that's a really good one. Man, the 90s really were a treat. I need to get a VR headset. Kiwamoto chiming in and saying, yeah. I want one. I've got a PC that's like powerful enough to do it now, or I've got a video card that's powerful enough to do it like well.
You need to get 2 headsets.
Do I look rich?
Yeah.
I don't got money for 2 headsets. Jeez.
Yeah, 2 Oculus Quest 2, so you and Esther can both play.
Let's see. I think I did everything. Let's turn it on and see what happens. I think the thing I'm still concerned about is I need to figure out... Actually, C&K, you have an X-Files, right? I do, but the thing is I do have a PC, so I feel like... No, okay, it was someone else that has an X-Files, my bad. I have a PC that can run it, so aren't the ones that, like... Aren't the VR headsets that don't... That's not the Quest 2, aren't they like a teeny bit cheaper? My friend gave me a GTX 1080 Ti, so like I'm pretty well set for all the super boring map games I play. I think we need to do a Marco Kyle plays video games stream.
That's when you just start your own channel, like pinball stream video games.
What's wrong with that? Can't like both, Emoto? I'm just kidding. So someone used the wrong screws to hold the ramp in, but I'm just going to reuse them because F it. I'll fix it when it becomes mine. Oh, Fliptronic has the X-Files. Really? Huh. Oh, interesting. Okay, I just got to do some research. Tilt Oslo. No, there are no pop bumper caps. They're actually just flat pieces of plastic with, I think the original game had bulbs with LED or little bulb condoms on it. Fliptronic, if you remember off the top of your head, is there any sort of a protector or not protector, but like a piece of plastic that goes over the eject scoop under the Fluke Man? This game has a problem. I haven't really looked into it because I wanted to tear it down and fix the other issues first, but it is launching the balls straight down the... it's launching the balls out of the Fluke Man scoop right into the drain. I also need to check the manual to see if it has the correct coil in there, because if it's using like something super gnarly, then that would obviously be the issue. I'm also missing the plastic piece that goes above the magnet on the filing cabinet, but I'm going to see if we have those at work or if I have the ability to reproduce them. If not, I might need to borrow yours and then I can reproduce it for everyone to use. Thank you. I would like to. I do want to play music, but I don't want to get DMCA. I was thinking about putting some music on while I was doing this today. Ty, that's a good episode too. I remember that one. Okay. Thanks for checking. I do have the manual right here. I should just look. Sega, the first like couple Stern games up until like Simpsons Pinball Party had the best manuals. They're so incredible. They had so much information in them. So, let's see. The auto launch Super VUC. I think it's the Super VUC. It says it uses a 23800. That seems like a really strong coil. I mean, it is. So the trough up kicker is a 24940. The auto launch is a 24940. That one says Black Beast, and the coil strength. It's a 23800. It does look like the plunger's malformed, but I don't think that having a goofed up plunger is going to cause it to like shoot out like mega uber strength. Let's check the manual really quick. Oh wow, I flipped right to it. Plunger is a 515-5941-01. That is a flat top plunger. That's weird. Okay, well, I'll just look at it. Let's just play it. I think we will just play it on stream for a second too. Let's see what goes on. I'm gonna move it. Oh, let me put some pinballs in it. Hold on. I don't remember how many balls this game gets. 4? It was a time of austerity for Sega. After putting 13 balls in Apollo 13, they ran out of pinballs. I kid. Yeah, there is one broken well, but it's so small that I didn't think that would cause what it's doing, but I might take that scoop off. The annoying thing is I really want to get that scoop reproduced, and I have a place that will reproduce it, but this game needs to go to the arcade because we are moving games around, so it needs to go in. So, I don't know. I'm just frustrated. I need to find one. I bet we have one at the office somewhere. I just need to find it. And then I could get it reproduced, and then we don't need to worry about re-welding things because we could just buy a new one. Let me see if I can reposition this camera to be like a kind of a playfield camera. I didn't bring all of our good stuff to do like an actual game stream. I'm probably going to do that on Monday. See if I can get my wife to join and play pinball with us. Okay, this is going to be really loud, so I apologize. These lights are awful. They're so bright. Oh, Colin, I don't know what LEDs they are. I think it does look good in person, but on the camera, they just look so blown out. This is one game that does kind of look okay with cool white LEDs. Let me turn it down a little bit. Hey, that was weird. Did the game just reboot, or did the display computer just reboot? Oh, I slam tilted, that's why. I'm gonna bend that switch out a little bit. I'm not worried about this getting slam tilted on location. The arcade that it's going to is full of respectful people that treat the games well, so. It does look pretty good. No, it does look good in person. The LEDs are the flashers are way too bright though. It's not good. Okay, that's not right. Multi-ball's ready right off the get-go. Let's just see what's happening. I want to check those optos. We did check it once and it worked, but yeah, that ain't right. I'm also in a mode? Not sure what's going on. Multi-ball's ready again because I didn't hit a jackpot. I know that's... or enough jackpots. Huh. Oh, look at that. Emoto set up a thing. Oh wow, there's a lot of chatting. After putting an LED OCD board in a few games, hard to look at a playfield insert. Yeah, no, you're right, man. I used to think those things were goofy, but I want one for my Twilight Zone now. I can move it up like this. We'll definitely have to play this game before it goes to the arcade, though. I don't have the right tripods to do this. I didn't put LEDs in this game. Oh, I see where it needs to go. Hold on. One of my friends bought this from a guy who did, took a little bit of care to it, but couldn't fix all the real issues. I didn't put the LEDs in. It looks okay, but it looks blown out on the camera. It definitely looks better in person. I do like putting LEDs in, but generally I'll never use cool white. I'll always use a warm white just because it makes it look more natural, especially on camera. Oh look, you get a nice view of my butt. I think there's something wrong with the trunk, or the cabinet, so I am going to look at this really quick. No, they're both reporting fine. I just don't know why it, on the last game it said multi-ball ready, right away. Really? See, purple LED in GI is committing a sin, a cardinal sin to me. But I definitely think this game would look good with that. Okay, sorry, I was checking my phone really quick. All sorts of people texting me. People wanting to hang out with me, and I'm like, nah, I don't like ever leaving my house. Okay, let's just play it again really quick. Okay, yeah, there's something weird going on. Multi-ball shouldn't be ready off the get-go. But there's no scoring there? What? No, okay, it's wrong. That's weird. What's going on? Hold on just a What a great episode. The multi-ball's just always ready. So there's something, let's see. So let's look back and see what we learned, right? We start the game. Let me read the chats here really quick. The ramps are really cool. The inner loop is incredibly fast. Let's check out. Oh yeah, that looks really good. No, that looks good. I wasn't saying that like by saying like, oh, it's always wrong. Never put purple LEDs. Like no, that looks really handsome. I'm trying to think here, right? So we have multi-ball being triggered immediately, right? Okay, so we did fix the opto for the magnet. That could be a problem. But both of them are triggering correctly when the path is broken. So we know that they're kind of working okay. We do know that when I did put my finger in, we started a game, it said multi-ball ready. I put my finger and blocked the opto for the filing cabinet, which is the one that would trigger a hit, right? And it pulsed the magnet and then immediately started multi-ball. It does not score points. We didn't have any points when it said multi-ball was ready. So there's something weird in software. I'm thinking we've got an LED that might be triggering the other LED. If we look at it, right, like with an LED opto pair, you've got a receiver and a transmitter. So we've got a transmitter here and a transmitter here, and a receiver here and a receiver here. Now, it doesn't make sense to me that this would be blocking this, right? Like we wouldn't be able to get these, I don't think that these would be causing each other to have a problem, but I don't know. Let's think. Game starts. It thinks that multi-ball's ready. The filing cabinet usually starts up high. You have to hit it a few times before it drops down so you can hit the ball in here. Let's look at the switch matrix and let's see what switches are active right now, just for giggles. I'm gonna just use the manual because I have it in front of me. So we've got...
Obi said correct number of balls by any chance? Do you have the correct number of balls in the game?
There should be. I put 4 balls in it, but that could cause weird stuff, yes. So the 4 on the second column are trough 1, 2, 3, and 4 ball trough vuck opto. So ball 1, 2, 3, 4 ball trough vuck. So I'm gonna guess that is the... Yeah, okay, so there's 3 micro switches, and then you've got an opto board set that has the one ball that's sitting on the actual up kicker, and then there's another one above the up kicker to say, hey, the ball's going up. So that's right. And then we've got what column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, second one up. Shooter under trough. Wait, shooter under trough. That sounds like a German name in English. So that's the switch that I just hooked in now? What's that one in column 6 then? It's the 4th one up? File cabinet bottom. Is that an opto? File cabinet bottom is the position of the filing cabinet. So the filing cabinet goes, top, middle, bottom, and that means you can shoot the ball through it. And that's the position it's in now. Hey, thanks for coming in, Fliptronic. It's always great to see y'all. I can't wait to see your stream later. Yeah, this is the captivating part. This is the actual interesting part. And this is also the part where I just want to go and now I want to go outside and sit on my porch and read a book, but let's see if we can figure this out. I'm going to double check. I put 4 balls in the game. I'm very certain I did, but let's double check because that is definitely a cost. 1,
2, 3, 4. Okay, so there are 4 balls in the trough, so we know that we put the right amount of balls in. Let's, so now we have shooter under trough and file cabinet bottom. File cabinet bottom is correct because the filing cabinet is in its bottom position. The switch that I just installed might be stuck active. I got the interlock switch right because I'm gonna put my finger here where this up kicker is. I don't want it to shear my finger off. For whatever reason, that switch is always on. I'm gonna have to move this camera now. That was the playfield camera. We're gonna do a little bit of investigating. I'm wondering, difference though. Uh-oh. Oh, my computer just went all weird. Are we still up? Yeah. Looks like we are still up.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look.
Yes.
Yeah, no, we're still good. I can still hear you. Can you hear me? Are we still here?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You know what's really weird? Our restream says we've only been streaming for 41 minutes.
Huh. That's weird. So let's see. This goes to a harness. This harness is here. This harness has been repaired. Maybe poorly? So this is a green. These are solid color wires. They don't have any color to them at all. But when they come out, they're...
Can you twist the green can?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Wait, you don't like seeing my floor?
It's actually good.
I'm just trying to figure out here. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out why this switch we installed here for the upkicky launchy guy. Oh, hey, that's... okay, hold on. Okay, wait. I might have just figured it out, but I want to... okay. Okay, so here's what caused it. I'm going to switch it to the handheld cam. Oh, you're doing some stuff here. Oh, hey, New Mexico Pinball. I received one bag of parts from a friend once labeled janky-ass Sega Stern switches. Seems like that might be the issue. Yeah, man. Are we cool to use that camera, Emoto?
Yeah.
So here's the issue. Oh, well, here's the other issue. My USB cord is underneath this chair. Hold on. These streams are fun. The one on Thursday is extra fun, but this is like more fun because I'm kind of buzzed and we're figuring out pinball problems, so this is a good time. Okay, here was the issue, and I don't know why, but there's something in software that made this happen. I replaced this switch. When I replaced this switch, this was like this. So whatever in software, whatever this switch does, if this thing is seen as shut, it causes all sorts of fuckiness. So I moved this, and now we've got an activating switch. So really quick, we're just going to make sure, not right now, right, okay, we've got it on switch levels. Switch levels, hold on, I got to move all sorts of cameras. Switch levels tells you what is currently closed, right? Right now, the only switch that is closed is the filing cabinet being at the bottom.
right? So if I close this ramp switch here, now we have a second switch on the matrix that is closed, right? Left ramp exit. If I block this opto here, we now have magnet opto and file cabinet bottom, right? So switch levels is telling us what is currently reporting as active. I'm gonna go backwards here. We're gonna go to switch. In Williams land, this is called switch edges. I don't know why, but that will let us test switches, and they'll come up also active here. Whatever, it doesn't make that much of a difference. But these guys should now work independently, right? So I should be able to try to get my finger in here somehow, and I can close that switch, and now the super VUC is working. This guy is now working, and it can move. Well, let's start a game up, and we might have just solved our problem. Let's take a look-see. I'm just going to start a game really quick, and then we'll reset the camera, and maybe we'll play a game or two. Nah? Okay, so that didn't make a difference. Huh. I'm really curious now. Right, okay, so now if we hit the magnet opto, what happens? Nothing. If we hit the filing cabinet opto, it pulls magnet. I didn't even put my finger down that far. Ooh, this is a weird one. Okay, I was really confident in that. It didn't seem to make sense to why that would cause multi-ball to be active, but I think we do have a problem with the opto still for some reason. It just reset perfectly this time. Is it reset to factory settings? This switch is bad. So there's something in software happening that is telling it to start a multi-ball right away from an input from the game. Insert coins. No, this is on free play. Huh. Let's read the chat. Did they use optos or switches for the ball trough? I'm gonna do a factory reset really quick. I don't think that's the issue though. But so here's what was going on though. The original issue was the magnet opto was not working. So I replaced the LED in the magnet opto, and I'm wondering now if the magnet opto is now triggering the filing cabinet hit. Ooh, that's loud. That's also not right. There's not one ball missing. Hey, what is that screw doing in the ball trough? Wait, there is one ball missing. Wait, what the heck? What is going on? Okay, where'd the fourth ball go? I thought I just dropped it back in the trough. There is a screw in the trough. Where's the fourth ball? Oh, it got stuck in the VUC. It might not shoot out with the playfield at this angle.
down after restart. August 20th, 1997. That's a decade off. This is odd, because if it's what I think it is, which I don't think it is, because we would see it here, right? If we had errant light causing a switch closure, magnet opto, nothing. Filing cabinet opto. Hey, that's pretty intermittent. It comes and goes as it pleases. If I put my finger here and block the fresh optos on the magnet opto, it stays solidly shut. I don't know, sorry, the DMD is probably difficult to see. It might require me to do another one of these sets of LEDs, but then you've got all sorts of glare. Watch, I got my finger here in front of the magnet opto. We've got that one staying shut on the matrix, right? If I put my finger in front of the cabinet opto, wait, well, now it is, but it wasn't before. I'm just wondering if we have interference. See, there we go. My finger's still there, but maybe I wasn't blocking it clear enough. I'll use two fingers, the width of a ball. Huh. Interesting. This one will take a little bit to figure out, it seems. Let's look at the trough. Obi Drunk Kenobi keeps mentioning the trough. I know that the optos in the ball trough, the jam optos, can also cause goofiness. This is an old enough game where they still only use one LED on the jam opto, but it should work fine that if I push the plunger up, yeah. Let's take a look at it though. Let's I want to get this screw out of the trough, that's annoying. I just think it's like, even if there was a trough opto, or if there's a trough problem, right? I'm thinking the game's gonna want to pop out another ball, right? Like if we had 5 balls in the game instead of 4 balls, it's gonna want to give us another ball. Because it still thinks that there's 4 balls and it didn't actually shoot the ball out into the shooter length. I don't see why, I don't think there's anything in the software that would dictate you know, oh, we better start multi-ball because there's more balls in the trough. No, that dang screw. That's going to be a pain to get out. I like a good stumper. I mean, I'm glad this is going on now because it gives me something to actually fix instead of just continuously shopping games, which is not fun. Ow. I'm going to try to feed this screw to my magnet. There it goes. Old software, auto registers, file cabinet hits. I mean, I didn't take that set of optos out. I only did remove the magnet one. But this is the thing, it's like, I'm sorry, I guess I should have mentioned this too. The thing that's weird to me is this wasn't the problem before, right? This game was functioning totally fine before I changed out the opto LEDs on the magnet. But you know what? I mean, here's the thing, right? It's actually like incredibly easy to remove this bank of
this bank of optos for the filing cabinet, so let's just yank it out. The other one's a pain in the ass because it's they're connected to the magnet bracket. Just gonna give this a quick look-see. I might need magnification to really see the cracked solder, but that looks fine. That looks fine. Someone has replaced one opto. Okay, so someone's replaced the opto on the receiver. See how that flux? No one's ever replaced the transmitter. I don't think this is going to solve the problem. I think we're barking up the wrong tree. And in all honesty, I should probably change both of them, but for giggles, I'm going to change the transmitter opto. I'm going to do it. Let's see what happens. And if that doesn't fix it, I will try to do it another day, because I'm running out of steam. I really want to go walk over and grab a cup of coffee. I gotta eat some lunch. But I do need to fix this so we can play it on stream one day. I should read that Pinside post, but I think I'm just gonna shotgun it because why not? I'm gonna shotgun it because I can. I need all my cutters because we are going to need to file down another one of these evil opto LEDs. The Doctor Who opto thing is annoying, but you'll get it back together easy. I'm sorry that your day got worse. See you next time, Mr. Loaf. Yeah, if there was a short in the matrix though, we would have seen that pop up in the switch matrix text. Holy crap, it is almost time for dinner. It's 4 o'clock. How long have we been doing this? Yeah.
3 hours, I think.
Okay, yeah, 3 hours is about enough for me. You're right, it is almost time for dinner. I haven't eaten enough. That's actually kind of funny. I'm gonna put on the small camera, center view. So the opto receiver is Sega Pinball. I can't get it to focus, but trust me, it says opto receiver Sega Pinball, and then the transmitter is Stern. They're the same thing. It just took a couple games and then they decided to change their name. I'm gonna do a really quick job here. For any of you that have been here for 3 freaking hours, the beginning of our stream was wonderful, where we were trying to get these dang optos to fit inside of the board, because the replacement optos we have for sale have a little cleat on them that makes it a little difficult to get them installed. This opto was plenty bright, but I'm just gonna change it. I mean, it's like, that's one thing I kind of learned is like, you could sit here and like theorize and think and wonder why things are doing things the way they are, but at some point you just gotta change something, you know? These optos don't cost anything. They are mildly inconvenient to install, that's for dang sure. But maybe, if the receiver had a stronger signal from a new opto, we would have less problems. I don't know.
Come on.
Man, it is almost dinner time. It's driving me nuts now. I'm starving. As soon as I realized what time it was. Get out of here. You might be bad, but you're probably not. But I'm still changing you anyways. What's wrong?
I'm just forgetting my hotkeys because I'm so hungry. Famished.
Are you famished as well?
Yeah, I didn't realize either. I'm just sitting here listening to you and editing.
My lovely wife is still gone, so I think I have to fend for myself for a snack for a while until Marco decides to come over. Then we go to Transmission Arcade. Maybe I'll have some macaroni and cheese. Who doesn't love macaroni and cheese?
Add some bacon.
What?
Add bacon bits.
Bacon. No, I'm gonna put some kimchi in it. To file down these little cleats on this opto to try to get these things to fit through the original holes in the PCB. Whatever reason, the optos that we have in stock right now to replace these guys do require a little bit of modification, but I know that the original optos, this kind of opto is difficult to find. So sometimes with things that are difficult to find, we just have to get whatever we can.
Wait, where are you? We don't even see it.
Oh. Sorry, I'm concentrating on getting the dang thing filed apart. Oh wow, I keep missing all this chat.
Backstage sleeping.
Yeah, we do, man. Bye, Colin. Thanks for being here. Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it is best to rest between issues, but with my background of, being an hourly repair tech, I didn't have the luxury of just telling my boss, "Oh, I'm going to go home and sleep on it." I had to figure this stuff out. I'm going to give this a shot, right? The worst that can happen is I wasted a dollar LED, and it's not a big deal, but let's see what we get. I need to have this game fixed by next week. I know I can do it. We'll just probably won't finish it all on stream today, unfortunately. But it was fun doing this. I'm excited to have the opportunity to sit and work on my own games sometime instead of other people's, but And yeah, I don't like how they use the same LED. I don't know if it's because of the style, having to travel like the longer distance compared to like what Williams did, using just a photo transistor and a photo receiver. But I think the thing is like the original LEDs worked okay with each other, but when you replace them with the part number, the actual LED that we sell, and well, where everywhere sells, right? You can't get it any other way. They need to be replaced as a pair. And it looks like the receiver side has been replaced at one point, and maybe someone just replaced the transmitter with a new board when it broke. So I am going to replace the transmitter side and see if we get something different. I think that's the thing is like, don't ever be nervous to just try something. Even if you've only got like a kind of like a weird fledgling feeling that this could be the issue, you know, just give it a shot, right? Because you sitting there and thinking only does so much. Actually doing something does make a difference. You know what, too? Someone replaced this poorly, and it's not sitting flush. So I'm going to flush that receiver LED out a little bit. I'm going to do it off camera just because the cord on my soldering iron is kind of short. One sec. Okay, I've got that seated nice and flat. You know, they kind of got to aim at each other so they can see, communicate well. I'm going to snip the leads. That went flying. I do have to clean this room up nicely before my wife gets home. I did promise her that it wouldn't look like anything happened in here. Okay, now I get to read the chat. That's a good point, man. The bulb's putting out IR. I was almost thinking I'm just going to yank those flashers out right now also. Sorry, I didn't see that a bit ago. I finally figured out I soldered a knocker backwards after looking around for 2 days. Ha! Hey, good job. Good fix. Kyle, you'd like that? I just bought an 8-ball champ. Nice! Good work. Oh, I love that. 8-Ball Champ is one of my favorite games, and especially if you saved it from a mousy death. Actually, I'm going to share a good repair fail that I had too. Give me a sec. I have to find it on my phone. I told my friend, I was like, I finished your boards. Come get them. I didn't test them, but it'll be fine. And then I was like, he's like, okay, that's fine. And I was like, well, actually, you know what? I will test them. And I plugged this power supply in, and I wired up this capacitor backwards and it went BAM! So, there's always a possibility of doing things wrong. Always double check your work and always double check other people's work. I want 8-Ball Champ. I'm jealous. I've never owned one. We would always get one and then I would fix it and I'd play the heck out of it. And I'd be like, oh, I really want 8-Ball Champ. And then I would just get it out of my system and I never bought one. But I need to get one day. Okay, let's plug this in. I don't remember what the start of the game looks like, but I do like the theory of, you know, light that isn't supposed to be there triggering the optic or something. Those flashers are so damn danger close to the optos, you know? But I want to turn the game on and see if what we did made a difference. Because it might be a good learning moment, you know? If we actually did fix something, then we could put that in our memory banks. Oh, I didn't put it back on free play. Hey, look at that! It didn't go insta multi-ball. Maybe we did something. Let's have a really shitty game of X-Files with the glass off, so it's loud and obnoxious, and I'm sorry, but... Ha! That's not right. That is, though. just doesn't make sense though. It doesn't add up. I mean, I guess if it always thought that it was shut then, I mean, it does. Because it didn't have to see 4 independent or 5 independent switch hits to start multi-ball up, right? That works. The pop bumpers are actually really active. They just got bad luck there. That was an awful hit. But I still got it rolling. Disco files. So that lights out. Okay, there's not too much work ahead of me then. I'm glad we fixed that, so. 8-Ball Deluxe is not better, I don't agree. DeWisp, we had I don't remember when you left, I'm sorry. We had an issue where the game was automatically triggering multi-ball, like right when the game would start. As soon as it served a ball into the shooter lane, it started multi-ball. And everything was testing. I guess this is a pretty interesting learning moment, right? Let's talk about this for a second. Everything seemed right? Like they didn't. There was like no perceivable issues other than it started multi-ball. I don't know how to teach this, right? Other than what I said before, like just do something. But there's one thing in this game that starts multi-ball, right? It's hitting the damn, blocking that opto, hitting that one opto, right? So we just shotgunned it and we changed the transmitter opto and it fixed the issue. Weird things though, right? In test it worked fine. We would block it and it would register one hit, it wouldn't flicker. Anything weird on the switch matrix diagram, like it was all seemingly okay. But I think that's the thing is, right, you could sit there and bang your head against the wall and be like, well, it tests fine, everything's fine, it all looks okay. You just gotta do something, right? That's what my old boss would tell me. He's like, you could sit there and you could theory craft all day and you could try to figure out the problem, but you need to just do something, right? You know, it's like, you know, you gotta fix the issue. And I don't know, it's hard though, because I understand that is something you need to learn and, like, you know, have in your holster of abilities and techniques, is to be able to, like, really zoom into something like that. But like understanding how the software works and what physical things need to happen for the software to trigger other things, plus just trying something, really fixed that. But the issue is I replaced the transmitter LED and it worked. So I don't know. But that's the thing, is this is the X-Files. We don't need to know everything. We just know that this game is haunted. I'm putting all my hardware away. I'm going to probably go get another beer to congratulate myself. I'm going to clean up and we might call this stream. But I think we're going to stream again on maybe Monday night. Maybe it'll just be my wife and I playing some pinball and putting this thing through its paces, you know? My wife has streamed with me once or twice. She's been on the live streams, but I'll see if I can get her on, hanging out on Monday night. It'd be fun. Yeah, well, and here's the other thing too, is maybe there's like some slight deficiencies in the way that Sega programmed their operating system to show things happening, right? Like, the Williams one seems to be extra active, where if you like get a switch on like its weird little tipping point, and you know, it'll go like in test mode like a billion times and kind of show you it's like pulsing and doing something weird. And maybe you're right. Maybe the receiver was seeing a bunch of errant closures, but the software wouldn't refresh or doesn't refresh quick enough to show that that little square on the switch matrix thing should have been like opening and closing 1,000 times, right? Because it takes 3 or 4 hits on factory settings to start multi-ball. So I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, but you know what? At the end of the day, we don't really need to understand. We just need to, you know, a good repair person will know where to look to address the issue quickly. So we did it. Good job. We rule. We're the best. We as a collective, all of us. I am going to get another beer. I think I deserve it. I hope you agree. Give me a sec. Where are my cats? A Bach beer? Oh god. We always have the best ahas on these Saturday streams. I think the optos are registered there and not triggered, but registers actually give them. Huh. I should talk to some of the people that did the coding on this. I'm so lucky to know a lot of those people. I should ask them. That would be fun interviews to do. Hey, cheers, Per. Thanks for being here, all the way from lovely Norway. Kyle, does Marco still sell the Subway Switch? Mine has been flaky and I want to replace it. Which Subway Switch? We have a lot of switches. It is hard to find some of the micro switches sometimes, finding replacements. We can take a look-see, but I got the Super Vuck switch from Marco, obviously. We have those in stock. Super Vuck. That sounds dirty to say. Super fuck. That should be my new Twitch name. I shouldn't be Black Cat Pinball anymore. I should be Super Vuck. I hate the abbreviation Vuck. I don't know why. Imoto, are you there?
Yeah.
What does VUK stand for? Vuck.
VUK?
Yeah.
Oh, VUK? Like Victor?
Yeah. I hate abbreviations. It's vertical up kicker. Vuck. I should earn 2 beers because now I have a sweet working pin. Yes. Well, I'll be able to jam on it at the arcade down the street too. We have a very nice, safe operating arcade to go to. So. Yeah, my cats are usually on the ducts to the furnace too. I turned the heater off though. I'm trying to save on my gas bill. The one that upkicks the ball into play after plunging. Yep, we have those. Do you want the part number? Let me write it down to you. I just replaced it at the beginning of the stream. Maybe that's when you were gone. We have them in stock though because I just literally bought one. The part number is coming. Number 9. It is 1-8. Oops, that's the F keys. 180 dash 5052 dash. Oh. That's the part number there. Vertical up kicker. Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to finish this up though. I think the flippers do need a little bit of work, but I'm going to let them explode in the arcade, and then I'll go fix them from there. That should be okay. Because they work okay, I thought that one of the flipper bases was kind of stripped out. I feel bad saying that because that sounds like such a cop-out, but it's just the way it's going to have to be. And actually, I'm going to sit and drink this beer with all of y'all. I'm going to go use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. And y'all are really good at staring at a blank screen. You guys are awesome. I brought one of my cats. I found him in the guest bedroom. This is Ludwig. He's very big, very handsome. He's really pissed because I picked him up while he was sleeping. He's a good hefty cat, you know? Very handsome. He would definitely win some good cat show stuff. He's poofy. He's sweet. He's got a big tuft. He's like a big floppy baby though. He's very sweet. He's a good boy. Very happy cat. Good boy. Now get out of here. Go lay on something soft. I have 3 black cats, so that is why my business is called Black Cat Pinball. Because we love black cats. I've got a bunch of them. Yeah, look how ghetto that we do this. It's cool. No, it's cool because I have my computer set up so the fans on the bottom can uptake air so it doesn't get hella hot. I have it on this speaker that I haven't unwrapped from moving from California, so that was a long time ago. On the topic of switches, does Margot try and carry cherry type switches? We have to get whatever we can get. It's hard because those switches, especially in the multitude of the strength and the force required to close certain switches, it's just harder to find, right? There's not as big of a variety anymore.
So it's really hard to find the right thing. But yes, generally they're all cherry switches, what we can still get.
Do you have an album jukebox? I've actually owned a few jukeboxes. I used to get offered them for free all the time, but I haven't kept one. Just because I have so many like LPs, it's never made sense. Oh my god. Automod decided to hold Obi-Drunk Kenobi's comment. I'm not gonna say why. Yeah, he does look like a Maine Coon, but he was just a wildcat in our old neighborhood. He was just one of the street cats that was born, and he was the friendliest of all the little street kitties. We used to feed them and kind of take care of them. We trapped a bunch of them and got them all neutered or spayed, and then we went on our honeymoon when we got married a couple of years ago, my wife and I. And we decided it's like, if the cats are all still there when we get back from Germany, we're going to adopt him. And the day we got back from Germany, he was sitting on our porch. So we just took him inside, and that was the day Ludwig became ours. I don't know though. I mean, all of his other brothers and sisters were just kind of like standard cats, but he's pretty hefty and fluffy and has a big tail, so he kind of does look like a Maine Coon. Yeah, Ice Ski-Doo, that is the reason why it got held up, because the word coon was used. So, Seaberg made some beautiful jukeboxes. I've always wanted one. I've never had room for one, really. And with the house we have now, we have a good amount of room, but I don't know if I'll ever get a jukebox. They're hard to work on, especially Seaberg jukeboxes. It's a labor of love. I would like to get better at it, though. Hey, Tess Bishop. We just finished a bunch of work on X-Files, and now I'm just enjoying my celebratory We Fixed It beer. This game still does need a little bit of work. I gotta fix this switch here. I gotta fix these coin door lights. Ludwig is still here. He's sitting behind the game, wondering what's going on. X-Files is a great game, but you don't see him too often. On location, which is kind of weird. They did make a good amount of them. Can I recap? Yes. Okay. So we did some very basic work, but some of it got interesting. I had an opto not working. So let me recap even from the back. Let's do a whole recap. Friend bought this game. We're going to put it in the arcade. I agreed to work on it for him. It's going to be mine eventually, I think. So I noticed the magnet wasn't working. We went in and I found that the magnet fuse was blown, and I replaced the fuse. The magnet started to work again. I started playing the game and I noticed that the magnet wasn't behaving like it should. Which would be to like hold the ball then release it or do some other things with it. And I realized that the optos for the magnet, there's two position opto on this game. There are two opto sets. You've got the ball has hit the file cabinet opto, and you've got a ball is being held by the magnet opto, and that one wasn't working. So, pretty easy deduction, right? The game never knew that the ball was on the magnet, so the magnet would hold itself there indefinitely, which then would blow the fuse, which is correct, to protect the magnet from being damaged. So we replaced those optos, and it worked. It worked in test, thought it was good to go. We put the game back together because I had disassembled it to clean it, and then we noticed that when we would start a game, immediately it would start multi-ball, which was really odd. And couldn't really figure it out until we just I kind of had the idea, well, let's go in, and I decided to change one of the LEDs on the other set of optos for the file cabinet. and I replaced the transmitter opto, and that ended up fixing it. But it was kind of a shot in the dark that ended up really hitting the target well. So I think we either had it was just like a failing transmitter or something like that. And it's weird. These Sega and Stern games use kind of a bad design of opto. It uses the same LED as a transmitter and a receiver. So the Williams games used a photo transistor and an infrared LED. So the photo transistor would be able to pick up the infrared light and do something. Where these used a visible light LED and some fancy circuitry to make it work. And it works, but it's weird. So anyways, long story short, we took a shot and it worked. We got lucky. Switches and lubrication on WPC games. I'm getting my Twilight Zone back. I loaned it to one of my coworkers. He's going to bring it back next week, and there's some things broken on it, so that actually might be our next weekend stream if I do this next weekend too. The only time I ever let my Twilight Zone out of my sight, and it gets destroyed. No. That beer is definitely a good reward. So yeah, we'll definitely be playing this game on stream on Monday. We'll probably be just working out the kinks. I'll be working out the kinks today, tomorrow, and we'll play it on Monday. I'll probably bring home the nicer camera after work on Monday, and we'll do like a real deal thing. Maybe I'll put it in my other room. I have another. This is my living room, and this is where the game has been right now because my wife has graciously allowed me to use this room while it's empty and devoid of furniture. But I have a room that we are kind of setting up as the pinball room, and that might be a better one to stream in. So, what kind of beer? I'm drinking a unfiltered lager, Keller beer, a German style lager. Very good. I have to finish fixing my Grand Prix. I'd like to do that on a Saturday stream or do that as a gameplay stream. My TNA, which is right behind this camera, needs a teeny bit of work, but not too much. I'm curious what other solution would work that would not use optos. There really isn't. Optos were a brilliant thing because they allow you to do things that you wouldn't be able to do traditionally with some things in pinball. It reduced the amount of space required to do so much stuff, you know? But I don't know. I think this is just a weird issue. And the other thing too is that this game has two sets of optos really close to each other, which is kind of unique. Right, there could be bleeding light. I had a problem with a AC/DC on location once where the game was sitting in a window, and at a certain time, the light would shine in just the right way to make the game wig out and start serving multiple balls. So optos definitely have their downsides, but I think that, you know, they're good. It's all good. Where do all the swords go on your Game of Thrones throne? Oh, my wife really likes. My wife works in furniture, like high-end antique furniture. This isn't like a high-end antique piece of furniture, but it's like I guess it's like an old Southern thing, but it's called a peacock chair. A lot of like old Southern grandmas sit on these in their porches, so yeah. I told her she could have a really cool room full of all of her really rad furniture, and I could have a room full of all my pinball games. I'm thinking when it gets warmer out, I'm going to drag one of my old EMs out onto my front porch and play pinball on the porch to try to like meet my neighbors. So then I could like step away and be like, meet my neighbors and still be like socially distant and stuff like that. So, Bohemian Lager, nice stuff. I can't wait to go back to Czech Republic. It's one of my favorite places I've ever been. I have a TZ on my docket. Star Trek Next Generation's a jerk sometimes, but it's not that hard to work on. If you ever need any help, just let me know. I've worked on bazillions of Star Trek Next Generations. Did you experience opto issues with Iron Maiden? Is I Am Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden? Sorry. I think I Am is Iron Maiden. I don't know. I've never had that issue where the ball would go so fast it wouldn't clock an opto. I mean, make sure everything's clean. If you had like dirt on your whatchamacallit, if you had a bunch of dirt on the phototransistor or the LED itself, you could have an issue, but I've never noticed that. That's interesting though. It is a unique thing. It's kind of cool. I like weird furniture. Zap Brannigan, 9 pinballs in my living room. I don't like, I think that's a really weird, like, kind of, I don't know, misogynistic thing. Be like, oh, my wife won't let me do this, that, blah, blah, blah. My wife is super cool. She will let me do whatever the heck I want. But now that we have a house that has, like, enough, like, more rooms, like, I never kept pinball at home because we had a small house. So I had like 3 games at home and I let all of my 20 whatever other games live out on location because I like sharing and I don't have room for it at home. But now I'm kind of excited to be able to keep a few games at home because we're doing this streaming thing. So we can like fix and play and learn and do. So I'll be definitely bringing some more of my games home. Thankfully, with the way things are going in the world, right? Kind of opening up like a little bit here and there. I got my first vaccination shot. Bill Gates is communicating me with my new sweet microchip. But hopefully we'll be able to like put games back out into lots of arcades and, you know, let everyone enjoy pinball. How do you rank White Star in terms of reliability? Nolan, White Star is great. The problem is who owned it before you, because the biggest issue with White Star games is definitely battery acid damage. It's difficult. A lot of them are acid damaged. They're difficult to fix. It's a complicated board, but otherwise it's a very good system. It's excellent. Stern has never made a bad electronic system. New Mexico Pinball says, we're going to do an outside stream someday soon with beer brewing as well. Oh, awesome. That's fun. That sounds great. I can't wait to go back to New Mexico. I've been a few times. I used to ride my motorcycle through New Mexico every once in a while. We do like trips from Northern California down to Los Angeles, through Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, back up. It's a beautiful place. Tess Bishop says, I play on location, but I don't know. I've never heard of that. Maybe I should know about that. DeWisp, what games do you own currently? A lot. I'm not bragging, but there's enough where I don't remember. In my house right now, Total Nuclear Annihilation is right there. Xenon is over there. Williams Grand Prix is over there. I just brought my Night Moves cocktail game to the coffee shop that is like a block away from my house over there. I've got a lot of games that I really like. I like weird games. I owned a lot of the, you know, WPC, high dollar, this and that. And I sold them all when people started buying them for like thousands and thousands of dollars and the price has never gone down, you know? So I was like, I'll just buy them back when the price breaks, and it never did. But I don't miss them. I like the weird stuff more. I'd much rather sit and play my Lady Luck a bunch and play a Kings of Steel than play, you know, Addams Family all day. I don't know. It's just neat to me. I like the weird stuff. Obi-Wan Kenobi sent you at my email. Cool, you're doing homework. We like you. New Mexico Pinball, where are you out of? I'm going to assume you're in Santa Fe or Albuquerque. Electronics fail, you know? Like, it does happen, but I think that the system itself is good, you know? DeWisp likes the weird one too. Obi Drunk Night Moves is a great cocktail game. It's actually laid out really well. It's fun to play. It's goofy. It's got awesome art. It's a fun game. I definitely will hit you up. ABQ, awesome. I love Albuquerque. It's a beautiful city. There's something just like really amazing about driving in or out of Albuquerque and like seeing the Sandia Mountains like just surrounding you everywhere. It's just amazing. We really, when my wife and I were moving here to South Carolina from California, we drove through Albuquerque, and it was amazing to leave our hotel at 6 a.m. and like sunrise through Albuquerque. It was just phenomenal. Oh my gosh, there's so much chat coming through. I can't read it fast enough. Tess Bishop says, I mean, that can happen. I understand. That makes sense. The loops are hard, especially that small loop on Iron Maiden, because you'll make the ball fly through that thing. I'll have to look it up. Looking at a Simpsons pinball party for $3,500. See, it's like 3 or 4 years ago, I'd be like, you're insane if you're going to pay that much money for a Simpsons pinball party. But that's actually like a pretty good deal now. It's an incredible game. I don't think you'll be disappointed, Nolan. I really like it. I'm not even like a crazy Simpsons fan or anything. Yeah, so the ball trap behind Iron Maiden's kind of weird. I like to put a big fat piece of Mylar or like make I've even made like a polycarbonate ramp. I think what happens is like the ball will come up the ramp, hit the back, and then slam down in that orbit. And what happens is it creates like a small divot, right, in that part of the play field, and the ball can get stuck there. Big deal. That's a good game. I want to get Night Moves or Caribbean Cruise for my wife for her home office to Velocity. Yeah, you should. Night Moves is a great game. Caribbean Cruise is alright too. I like Night Moves better though. I think the layout's better and the rules are... I mean, they're both fun, but I like the layout better on Night Moves. Yeah. Deal of the year if you can get a Simpsons pinball party that turns on for that amount. That's nuts. We had a Simpsons pinball party that was still in the box with a guy I used to work for. We opened it up and sold it. They were good money, but it was just like the fact that people... That was one of the first games that people like bought to like be a home use only game. I think that kind of started with like Lord of the Rings in 2003. And that's when Stern really started putting a lot of attention on the home market. For good reasons, right? It's done them very well, and we're lucky for it. Wait, Zap Brannigan, hold on. Eros 1 cocktail, friend of the wife gave us, missing a whole flipper. Is Eros 1 Allied Leisure, or is that United? I don't remember, but I might have parts for you. I think you're right though. The old style Stern flipper mechs will swap right into that, and that's actually a really pretty cocktail too. A lot of those, a lot of cocktail pinball really sucks. They just kind of are awful. They don't play super well and they're clunky and weird, but Night Moves is definitely a really good one. Eros 1 is pretty though. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is a great game. Are you from Nevada, Tess Bishop? Are you in the Reno area or? Geez, $7,300. That's crazy. It's such a good game though. I don't think that's a bad price, right? I wouldn't pay that, but I think that's an incredible deal that you've been able to get someone to buy it for that much. It's such a good game, right? I can't speak about that game enough. It's so good. Joe Balser did that one, right? Oh, Alex! Hey, what's up, man? I'm sorry. I should have remembered that. I don't like to sit on that chair. I'm afraid that if I break it, it's my fault. Oh,
okay. There's a lot of good stuff in Reno. When Mike Huntsman used to have some of his games on route, that was always fun. But if you know Mike, I mean, I'm sure, I don't know, maybe you do. Try to go hang out with him. Go up to his shop. He's got his awesome little lineup in his shop. It's awesome. Definitely miss YouTube. Miss the Bay Area. Miss my friends. I'm excited to come back home sometime. Okay. Fascination International. It doesn't matter if it's routed, man. These new games don't wear out like the 80s games do, right? Like, it doesn't matter how much that Simpsons was played. You're going to see like some chipping around like some of the scoops, but who cares? It's a Simpsons Pinball Party. You don't play the scoop, you play the game. I don't think... Whatever. Planking doesn't matter. Come on. You're not like nitpicking over the playfield. You're playing a pinball machine. If it's got a little planking, does that really... I guess it does. It bothers some people, but I try to stress it's like, don't let that bother you, right? I bought a brand new car. I've bought a few brand new vehicles. When I worked at the motorcycle dealership, I bought a brand new motorcycle. But when I bought my car, it only took about a week for a rock to come up and hit my hood and put a teeny chip in it. And I was really mad for like 30 seconds because my brand new GTI was now tarnished. And then I changed my mind and I was like, no, this is great. Someone's already done the damage. Now I get to enjoy the car, right? It's not perfect anymore. I don't give a crap. I get to drive my car now and not worry about it. Your pinball machine is already broken in. Make it play really good. I can give you a bazillion... There's so many times when I go to someone's house to work on their games and they've got all these games that are under covers and have every protector you can imagine on everything, and they play like crap. And then you go and you play an Attack from Mars that has been on location for 20 years, almost, and it plays like a dream. I'd much rather have a game that has a scoop hole that is like that big instead of that big, that plays like a dream, than some perfect, beautiful thing that you dust every day, right? Like, I don't know. But so, to me, that's different, right? To a lot of people, the condition and the shiny and the beautiful is what makes it special to them. So I can't shame them for that, right? But it's pinball. Just play it. That's what the fun part is, right? Sorry, I'm ranting now. I think I prefer a game that plays well, right, over something that is very gorgeous. Now, do I want all my games to be very gorgeous? Absolutely. But is that going to stop me from enjoying a game that I've been looking for that isn't perfect? Yeah, no, that's not going to bother me that much. My getaway is a beater with the planking. Yeah, right? I swear, my Xenon played better when it was missing a quarter of the paint than when I put a new playfield in it. I miss that. That being said, Xenon is a game we need to stream sometime. That's my favorite game. And TNA. I need to play TNA. I feel bad. I'm sitting here staring at it. I never touch it. I feel guilty. See, I don't like those playfield protectors at all, but I do think that those playfield protectors definitely have a place where you do have like a playfield that is damaged so much that it really affects play, especially with those Williams games that have lots of sunken inserts. That makes a difference. I just think the lack of friction of the playfield protectors makes the games play bad. And I'd rather have a beat-up game that plays good than a game that just doesn't feel right. But I really would like a hardtop. I don't know most of you guys are here during our normal streams, but like if they made one of those hardtop thingies for strikes and spares, I'd probably put one of those on my game. Right now I'm still thinking that game's going to get a new playfield eventually, but I'd rather put a hardtop on that than swap a whole playfield. I like that game, but it's not
like Xenon to me, right? That game is gorgeous. It's incredible. And putting a new playfield in it and spending, the 20, 30 hours it took me to do that was worth the time. But, strikes and spares, that's cool, it's fun. But do I want to put that time into it? I don't know. C&K, personally, if you want my opinion, I don't like the way they play because they lack that same friction that you get on like a wooden playfield, But at the same time, those hardtops are great ways to save games that otherwise like deserve to be in the garbage. You know what I mean? So I think they all have their benefits. That's fair. The lack of friction, I guess, just to me is like I feel like the lack of friction frustrates me sometimes. Like, at one of the arcades here, at Bang Back, they have a Fishtails that has a playfield protector on it, and I just hate the way it plays. It just plays. It's just weird. The ball does things. Part of being good at pinball, when you really get in control of the game and you play the game, you kind of like can understand the physics and what might happen when you do this and this. But when you introduce that new level of you're not playing on silkscreen wood anymore, you're playing on a piece of plastic, it just changes the way things work. And it's like a weird, like, click in my brain. When it doesn't do what I think it's going to do, it makes me grumpy. Oh my gosh, there's so much chat. I'm talking too much. Kerry Hardy, what's up, man? Thanks for joining. We just finished doing a bunch of fixing. And now I'm talking crap on playfield protectors, but... So wait, Obi-Drunk Kenobi, a playfield protector, like actually putting the piece of plastic, not a hardtop? That's interesting. I didn't know they made one for that. I mean, I guess it's not hard. Like, you just need a scan of the playfield and you could make it up. I don't have a Mr. and Mrs. Pac-Man playfield, but I know someone that does. That's a playfield I've wanted to get. I like that game a lot. It's a super weird one. Fishtails, yeah, maybe Fishtails is specifically like a difficult one. I think the other thing I don't like about playfield protectors is that, especially like in a commercially operated environment, we had this location, Free Gold Watch, we had some operators that would buy like brand new games and then immediately put playfield protectors on them before they'd go into the arcade. And, after months and months and months and months and months and many, many thousands of plays, it's a very popular location. I noticed that like the games wouldn't be clean anymore. And I know that people would be cleaning the game, but they'd never be clean. And that's because there ended up being like a amount of dirt that would build up underneath the playfield protector. And I've seen in some instances like these playfield protectors with dirt building up underneath them, and they shift a teeny bit. Like it ends up that dirt underneath the playfield protector and the teeny bit of shifting ends up turning into sandpaper and has caused blemishes on newer playfields. So I don't know. I mean, here's the thing to me, and I think it's because I'm like an old curmudgeon-y guy, but like the only way to keep a pinball game perfect is to buy a pinball game and never take it out of the box. But what's the fun in that, right? You're supposed to play it. The ball is supposed to fly around and it might make dimples everywhere and, cause things to crack, but that's the point of the game, you know what I mean? If you really want a perfect pinball machine, just keep it in the box. But what's the fun? Sorry, I'm ranting now. Let me know what you think. I'm curious to see what you think about the playfield protectors on those old games. I just don't like to do them a lot of the times for customers that request them and stuff. It's just, I feel like it, I always try to talk about it. Day to East Jurassic Park is a fun game. I miss Star Wars Episode 1. That was another game that the one arcade I played most pinball at was Twilight Zone, X-Files, there was a Theater of Magic, and then they had a Episode 1 when that came out. And I really like that game. I really like both of the Pinball 2000 games. I don't think that the Star Wars game, it gets a really bad rep. I really like those games a lot. Dude, I like Mylar. I put Mylar on games still. I really like it's a tried but true way to, I don't know, protect a playfield. But that's also the 80s way to protect a playfield, so. $2,000 in May, damn. I'd like a Pinball 2000 over here. We don't have any in South Carolina. South Carolina is kind of a pinball desert, but in the last year during the pandemic, we have 2 more arcades that opened up in my city, the capital, Columbia. Charleston has a couple arcades with some pinball to play in. We've got some good location pinball now. It's pretty great. But it's nothing like being in the Bay Area where like every single bar and pizza joint had pinball. That was mostly my fault, but we're working on that. I've got a coffee shop that has a cocktail pinball game now, so we're working on it. Removing Mylar sucks, but I think New Mexico Pinball, the thing with removing Mylar, it's like the difference between like removing like modern-ish Mylar is okay, but like removing Mylar that's been stuck to an F14 for 25 years is or wait, 25? 30 something years, 35 years. It's more difficult. I find that like I like to cut out pieces of Mylar on places that take like direct drops, like on my roller games where the ball drops off the ramp in a couple spots. I put Mylar patches. I like doing that on some games, but what I've learned is putting a coat of wax down and then lightly buffing it and then applying the Mylar makes it very easy to remove. You still use the same technique of using like a hairdryer to soften the glue up, but the wax makes it come up a lot easier. The super adhesive Mylar stuff from back in the 80s and 90s is brutal. I never visited Press Start in Reno. I didn't get to go to Reno much in the past. I mean, the last time I was in Reno, I think was 2018. I agree, Carrie. I think the best place to put Mylar is definitely in the pop bumper area. When I'm doing a game, I'll always put a pop bumper Mylar ring around if I have to take a pop bumper apart. But I do not mind Mylar on newer games. I mean, I have a friend that put a Mylar on his Deadpool, and I almost want to do that to mine too. Because, I mean, that's the difference between a truly trashed beat game that gets played a lot and a game that's perfect nowadays, right? I mean, look at a lot of these old games from the 80s that have Mylar on them. They are perfect. It's just when you go to try to take it off, and I think some people try to take Mylar off for the wrong reasons, but it's difficult to do. It is very difficult to do, but you know, unless it's really affecting gameplay, I always try to recommend people just not to touch it. Just enjoy it the way it is. If it's really screwing with things, okay, let's address it. But Per says, what do you think about Capcom Pinball? The best. I love Capcom Pinball. I have owned a Airborne, and that was the last. Capcom Airborne was the last pinball machine I ever sold. And I will never sell another pinball game. Every game that I buy from now on I just will not sell it. I regret selling that so much. One of my dream games to have is a Break Shot. I love Break Shot. It's a great game. I'm going to do a video rescaler and a complete new PC on my Pin 2Ks. Ooh, neat. I think we sell we sell brackets to install LCD monitors for Pinball 2000s, but I know a lot of people are purists with CRTs. I don't blame them. See, it is useful in some places. Mylar's good. I'm not trying to... My opinion is not fact, and my opinion is not law, so I'm just ranting. I've also had more than a liter of beer, so take everything I say with a grain of salt, please. Yeah, so what you're saying, Carrie, right? Mylar, it's bubbling everywhere. I mean, that sucks. But, you know, if you have a little bit of Mylar that's kind of peeling up in one spot, that, you know, by a switch and a corner in the top, it's like, does that really matter? I think a lot of people end up tearing Mylar that doesn't need to come off and then causing damage by removing the ink from inserts and damaging other things, you know. I think we need to do like a Mylar PR campaign to tell people that it's okay. Mylar's good. Keep it there if it's all right. Do you have a BKM? What's a BKM? I'm bad with acronyms. Is that a pinball machine? No, I'm just kidding. I've never used the canned air technique for removing Mylar using like the freezy stuff. When I've removed Mylar, I always just use a hairdryer. It tends to work really well for me. You just have to be very patient. Hairdryer and like naphtha or lighter fluid to really break down. What I'll do is I'll try to get a corner hairdryer to warm the glue and allow you to peel it up a little bit, and then pour some naphtha or some lighter fluid, and that helps chemically release the glue. So as you're heating it up to soften it, you're adding a little bit of that the chemical to help it continue coming up very gently. But you can still cause damage no matter how try you do it. Oh, best known method. I'm sorry, I'm bad at that. Let me reread your question. Do you have a... No, I have a no best known method. I really just use Novus to clean absolutely everything. Getting in with some Novus and using a lot of elbow grease can turn some cloudy Mylar pretty nice. I feel like I am a wrong person to ask about doing that kind of stuff, because I'll make games look really pretty, but I do not do any of this high-end crap. Like, I do not need my games to be super blingy everywhere, you know. Sorry, not to call it crap. Those games are very pretty, but I like my games to play very well. My games being my own personal games or my customers' games. I will shine them up and make them pretty, but I do not waste a ton of time to make them super duper duper mega uber shiny, polished everything. It's just not my thing. Any tips on Johnny Mnemonic? Have a good bottle of whiskey nearby and take shots copiously when you get frustrated. That game's a pain in the butt. You should make sure you have George Gomez on speed dial to tell him how disappointed you are with the mechanical engineering and how many problems it's causing you. I think Johnny Mnemonic is fun. The biggest pain in the butt on Johnny Mnemonic is definitely with the glove, right? It uses 2 motors to move these weird screws up and down so you can move the glove. It's not that bad. Just be patient. I mean, I know you're definitely competent enough to do stuff like that, right? Just be patient. Have your manual open. Maybe open the manual and look at a blown out view of that mechanism to see how it goes together and try to like understand the mechanics behind it before you just go take it apart. But I think you'll be fine. A lot of games get a bad reputation, I think, because a lot of people don't pay a lot of attention when they're taking stuff apart. You know what I mean? And like that, in Star Trek The Next Generation is really not like a difficult game to service. It's just a matter of how well has it been serviced in the past 2 decades. Johnny Mnemonic is kind of the same thing. I can't think of anything to really future-proof it. I'm going to be honest, Johnny Mnemonic is such a low production game that never really rolled through the shop very much. Grease things that require grease, lubricate things that require lubrication. make sure that the screws, again, for the glove, the X and the Y axis screws, make sure that those turn freely and they are clean. That is important. But other than that, you're good to go. Just make sure that it just depends on how much people have screwed it up before you. But Johnny Mnemonic's a great game. I missed a comment from Tilt Oslo somewhere about Big Bang Bar. Big Bang Bar is a great game. YouTube, Eka, do you like Funhouse? Do you have one? Do I have Funhouse? No. Do I like Funhouse? Yes. Do I understand why everyone really loves Funhouse? I do not. I definitely appreciate Funhouse in the zeitgeist, right? The time that it was out. That game was groundbreaking. And Rudy is amazing. Funhouse has really good choreography. The art is incredible. The music is incredible. It has everything that makes a great game. I just don't understand why it's so many people's favorite game. But also, that game came out 1990. I mean, I was just a baby when that came out. I can understand why people that are older than I am remember that game so fondly. It's very memorable. I like Funhouse though. I just don't. It's not something I would spring many thousands of dollars to own just because it doesn't have that nostalgia for me. I like these chill Saturday streams too. I know, it's I want to go okay, I'm going to have to cut it. At 5:30, that's when I have to be done. But this has been very great. Yeah, I definitely agree, Carrie. The music, but that's the thing is Pat Lawler had that mega combo. You had Pat Lawler doing a really neat layout. You had John Yowsey doing an incredible art package, and then you had Chris Granner doing an incredible sound package. And that's what made Williams Pinball so unique. They really had the choreography perfect. And that's why Medieval Madness earned a lot of money 10 years after it was new, and this game was not, right? X-Files is a great game too, but was it as good as Medieval Madness? Well, it depends on who you ask, but the coin box doesn't lie, and the coin box says Medieval Madness is the great game, right? So... the big heads freak my wife out. Yeah, they freak everyone out. Yeah, greasing, we'll do a greasing episode or something one time. There are things that you grease in pinball. There are things that you put oil on pinball. But there's not many things. Things that I grease in pinball are motor shafts. So on Star Trek, everything, the diverters, all the diverters in the subway, the diverters for the upper ramp, I will remove those, clean them, and then put a small amount of grease on them. I use a molybdenum grease used for CV axles in cars. I will also put a little bit of grease on the ball serve pivots, right? On older games where you've got the coil that pulls a little arm in that goes tunk, tunk to kick the ball out to the shooter lane. Clean that up, put a little grease on there, you're good to go. They grease them from the factory. They stopped performing well because 40-something years on now, they've dried up. Oil, you do use oil on slingshot pivots and ball serve pivots. We're talking the pivot here, right? So the whole armature sits on something, and there's a pin that goes through it. And that pin is what this rotates on when the coil pulls. You grease that, just a teeny bit. The manual says to do it. I do it, and it works out. There are many things you do not grease in pinball machines, and we'll do an episode on that one day. One day. Sorry, my voice isn't working anymore. They are a pain in the ass to service the heads. Yeah, absolutely. It's not fun to do a Rudy or a Red or a Ted head. It's kind of fun though. Dude, okay, Carrie. So I had a customer that brought us what was it? It was a United Shuffle Alley. So it was a 6-player game. with 4-digit scoring. Wait. 3-digit scoring. So there was 16 score reels that all had white lithium grease sprayed on the plungers. That was like a $1,400 job because it took me 8 hours just to like take apart all of those score reels and clean all of the grease off and then reassemble them. That was nuts. So please, if you're taking anything away from this, do not just lubricate things willy-nilly. Do not do that. Do not do that. The ASIC on Johnny Mnemonic is going to be the same. I don't remember if Johnny Mnemonic is a security game or a WPC 95 game, but yeah, the ASIC should be the same. Use some heat, Obi Drunk Kenobi, when you're doing that kind of stuff. Get a heat gun, get a hair dryer, and try to heat that stuff up a little bit. It is WPC-S. Okay, so there's a unique security chip on those, but the ASIC is the same. You don't have any problems there. Just since we're talking about lube, let's just do this really quick. Grease. This is the grease that I use to grease shafts that require grease. A CV joint grease. Good stuff. Oil. Use oil, not WD-40. WD-40 is not lube. It does that job, but very quickly. I use just an oiler. When this runs out, I fill it with like 30 weight oil. Just anything from a store. This is a handy thing though, the Zoom Spout oiler, because it has a tube that you can flex around to get to things that are difficult to get to. So I use this to oil things. Don't use WD-40. Not the right thing. But please, don't just willy-nilly oil things. I don't like talking about this because people always go like, no, you don't do that. But we need to explain it where it needs to be done. My least favorite machine to service and why? You know what I really don't like? I really don't like dog soccer. I don't know why I really don't like taking that game apart, but it's got like a weird amount of hardware that really confuses me sometimes. But the games that I really don't like working on, when it comes to pinball, are usually like the video game pinball hybrids. I remember banging my head against a wall trying to get a caveman to work the right way, and that was difficult, but it's also Gottlieb, so... I really like them all. I really like the way that everything is like a semi-unique challenge, but I just find dog soccer to be very tedious. Dog soccer is World Cup soccer, Williams, 94, whatever. I just call it dog soccer. Super Lube is great for spinners. Everyone likes Super Lube. Oh my god, we've been streaming for 4 hours. This is ridiculous. I love you guys. Thanks for the tip. It's hard. Star Trek is hard, but I've done a lot of Star Treks, and I'm also a huge Star Trek fan. So, it usually calms me to be working on Star Trek instead of making me super grumpy. Sorry, I need to send a text. Okay, I just sent the text. Caveman is weird. Caveman's awful. I really like my Baby Pac-Man though. Baby Pac-Man is one of my favorite games ever. Heat is really handy when trying to get metal things separated. Remember that. But it's also difficult to use a heat gun on metal things that are also surrounded by very delicate plastic things and wiring harnesses. So do at your own risk. WD-40 might help those electrons move faster, so give it a shot and let me know. No, I'm just kidding. No, do not do that. What a tasty beer. I'm glad we got this thing fixed, though. It's going to be so nice in the arcade. I'm really excited. I'm really excited to have like an X-Files night. I'm thinking we might just show X-Files on the TV, and I'll sit there and eat some chicken wings and have some fun. I am really excited to work on my TNA now, though. I might do that a little bit later. Maybe I'll work on TNA while all those other people are doing the TNA challenge stream thing, which is really cool. Dude, that's cool. I've never owned a Star Trek Next Generation. I've always wanted one. Huge Star Trek fan. But I've always wanted to like burn the ROMs that they did for all the people in the show that got a game to have like the custom callouts. That'd be kind of cool. Carrie, hold on. Oh shoot. I might not have these pictures because I got a new phone a few weeks ago. And I had the guy I used to work for send me these pictures. We'll do some worst hack episodes. If I look through my photo album, I have many worst hacks that I've taken apart over a period of a decade of fixing pinball machines. Very quickly, I will be looking through my phone, so I'm sorry I'm staring at... Aha! Actually, here they are. Here's a really bad one. This was my Frontier. I'm going to walk up to this camera. When I got this Frontier for free. That is a great repair of the post with some silicone. Oh, look where else they used a bunch of silicone. On the coils. What the heck? What the hell is that? Isn't that terrible? Look at that nail. Look at that. So, yeah. That's some of the worst hacking. I mean, I've seen a lot of bad hacks, but that one's particularly amazing to me. Keystone Defiant. What do you feel is the hardest repair skill to learn outside of soldering upside down? Definitely soldering. I guess it depends. Like troubleshooting and repair are going to be two different things. But troubleshooting or learning how to solder on circuit boards effectively, quickly, and safely, and doing a good job every time is definitely pretty difficult. Is it super difficult? No. But is it hard to get to that like very competent level? It takes some practice. It's a lot of practice. It's hard because the lay person that doesn't work on pinball 45, 50 hours a week like I did for a long time, you don't have the opportunity to do that very often. So repetition really makes it easier. For the home repair person, it's very daunting and it's difficult. I understand. So, DeWisp, I need to get on that Facebook group. Can you link it here or... I don't know. Are we friends on Facebook? I don't know. I get so many additions from people on Facebook all the time. I don't know real life people as often as I should. Super glue. Oh, that's worse. Yeah, WD-40 and EMs do equal some fires. Dude, it's really common to find games just like hacked up like that. It just happens, right? Like people don't know any better. And they think they know what they're doing and they feel confident in what they're doing and they do it. It's sad. There's I just lost my train of thought. I'm going to stop there because I'll just start mumbling. I like working on PCBs, but I didn't like working on PCBs the first time Chris put one in front of me and said, here, do this. I'm like, ugh. But now I enjoy it a lot. It's very cathartic. Pinball hacks. Oh. Yeah, well, so like my Kings of Steel, when I bought it, it just had the wrong flippers on, the wrong flipper caps on top. I was like, oh, someone put Gottlieb flipper caps on. Like, no, that doesn't happen. When I opened it up, someone had swapped the two bottom flippers that use the linear Bally flippers to Gottlieb flippers, the entire mechanism. And when they did that, they also drove a screw through the playfield. Maybe it's awful. But, you know, people do what they can to make things work. especially back in the day when it was difficult to get parts. I mean, now you can come to our website and get almost any part you need for a pinball machine. And then if you can't get it from our website, there might be one or two other retailers where you can get basically everything from. Like, it's amazing. 6-7 years ago, you could not do this with pinball. You could not get new playfields for as many games as you can. You could not restore these games to be nice, That's a very recent thing. We're very lucky to be doing this right now. Do pinball innovations that are only used one time disappoint me? Yes, absolutely. There's so many neat things in some games. I'm not going to try to name things right now that were only used once that really should have been used so many times. But, that's why every pinball game is so different. It's all the same thing, right? It's flippers and balls and hitting things, but they all are so different. It's amazing. Yeah, Carrie's right. Go check out some Learn to Solder things. I bought my wife this cute little, it's like a heart-shaped PCB that has like LEDs around the outside. And you have to like solder in all the LEDs, solder in some resistors, solder in some transistors, and then you hook in a battery pack and it does like a neat little like light pattern thing. We bought some very basic like sound generator things, and I was like teaching her how to solder. It's pretty cool, and that's a good way. Like, I always try to tell you not to practice soldering on the precious board you need to fix, right? So those are super cool. Yeah, it makes me grumpy. That guy, Obi-Drunk Kenobi, there's that guy on Pinside, what's his name? Like, he has like all these like tutorials that people take as like the Bible of fixing pinball machines, and a lot of them are very good, but I very much disagree with him on Bally linear flippers being inferior to the older style. There's like a video or like a whole guide on how to replace your linear flippers with the older style flippers, and it's just like, look man, it's like maybe 30 years ago or 20 years ago that was fine, but like nowadays you can get all that stuff, so there's no reason to do a complete swap over. I really respect that guy and respect everything that he's put out there with his like guides, because a lot of them are great, but I definitely disagree with that. I mean, like with the Jungle Lord thing we did last week on the normal pinball show, we replaced the old flipper styles with the new ones, and it's not the same thing. It's basically the same thing, but it ain't. But I don't know. I just don't use Pinside very much. When I started doing pinball, I was on RGP a lot, which was the old Google group that's been around since like the 90s. And then I just kind of didn't start using Pinside. And then one time when I was like, I should start using Pinside, it was like it was just too much negativity and people crapping on each other, and that just wasn't the vibe that I wanted to go for. I had enough people in real life to talk about pinball and teach me about stuff, so I appreciate what Pinside is, but I just, the attitude there has just always been really negative to me, and I don't really like it so much. Hey, Fliptronic's back. X-Files is good. We replaced the transmitter opto on the filing cabinet hit out of desperation, and that fixed the issue. So I think that there was something weird going on with that opto set that was not being conveyed on the diagnostic screen, and we just kind of went for a Hail Mary and it worked. So I don't know about Expo. I hope so. But I also hope that everyone is responsible with the pandemic, and, that's the scary thing, right? You and me and Emoto, it's like we might be okay and responsible to do so, but it's the X factor and everyone else that makes me nervous, You're right. That's the thing, man. It's like I'm in all those pinball Facebook groups and stuff, and I see all these questions I want to answer, but like every time I go in and try to give an answer, it's like, it gets like blocked out by a bunch of other crap, or I just don't have time to sit down and answer people's questions, and I feel bad. But I do appreciate like this as a medium where I can sit here and like rant and brain dump and maybe try to help all of you guys learn a little more. We particularly Emoto and I kind of try to keep this like not under the radar, but not like as a big blaring bleep. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want our cool little community to kind of get like trudged in on or something like that. Stop laughing. But I don't know. It's whatever. I do think it is our duty, like people that know these things, to try to transmit them to people, but I will do it on my own way and platform. I don't really have any interest on sitting on Pinside. I don't have time for that. PinWiki is the most incredible resource we have it's insane. I wish I had that 10 years ago. I had Clay's guides. I have all of Clay Harrell's old stuff printed out and put into binders. But, Yeah, I agree. And Emoto really faced it like a good way when, this was kind of like a combination of both of our ideas, but Emoto really gave me the confidence to do this. Like, let's do a live stream where we teach people how to work on pinball games. And everyone learns differently, and I can definitely learn by reading. But I definitely learn through osmosis, repetition, and watching very well also. So it has its ups and downs, right? Like, I hate like looking up how do I do this, and you find a YouTube video that's 45 minutes long and you're like, damn it, I don't want to sit through this. Like, just, I don't have patience for this. But I do think that videos are good ways to do this, because if I'm sitting down and I'm tasked to like type how to do something, I'm going to get like the basis of information and write it like a technical manual, where if I get to use my words and stumble over my words and argue with things in my brain, I think I'll put out better information. So anyways, thank you. I appreciate you saying that this is appreciated. That makes me happy. Yeah, that Belgian guides are great, DeWisp. Clay's site before he took it all down was incredible. Like I said, I printed almost all of it. That's how I learned how to work on pinball games, sort of. That's awesome. Zach Brannigan, where are you located? Small town, I like that. That's really fun. The thing that really got me hooked on pinball and turned it into my career choice and like massive passion was through the Pacific Pinball Museum, in the way that they blended the lines between like game and like contemporary artwork. No, it is. And that's the thing, and that's why I don't keep a lot of games at home, because I'd much rather have my games in a pizza shop or a, all ages kind of brewery, or an arcade that's all ages, and you see a kid playing pinball and like just getting their mind blown. That makes it worth it to me, right? Like, I don't need to hoard all of these things in my house that I don't touch. I'd rather let other people enjoy them. Like, they're meant for people to beat on and put coins in and enjoy, and if they're all sitting in my pinball room and I touch them once a week, they're not being enjoyed. So definitely, like I say, like just hanging out around someone smarter than you makes you smarter, right? You learn through osmosis, whether you want to or not. So, oh dang, Ludwig Synopsis. Hey Ashley, thanks for coming. You missed all of the actual fixing, and now you're just listening to me rant and drink beer, so welcome. Nice. Minnesota. There's probably a lot of good pinball there. That's the first place I remember playing pinball, was at the bowling alley when I was a kid. I used to ride my bicycle like everywhere to try to find pinball when I was in my early teenage years. But the bowling alley in Dublin, California, what was it called? Earl Anthony's Dublin Bowl. That's it. That's where I first started playing pinball. And there was a Twilight Zone, an X-Files, and a Theater of Magic. Those are the 3 games I remember. But like I said the other day, like I cannot remember what I did at all yesterday, but I can very vividly remember the first time I played the Twilight Zone pinball machine when I was like 10 or 11 years old. And that's the kind of impression I want to have on other kids, because I'm a generation removed from all this crap, right? Like this was when I was a little kid, or when I was young, but like my children that I don't have are they're going to be so many generations removed from pinball in public, or like, you know, the diaspora, like the everyday life kind of occurrences. It's like you have to pass that on somehow, and storing 30 pinball machines in your basement is not going to pass that on to the next generation, right? We need to let everyone enjoy them. So, welcome to Kyle's Soapbox Hour. You've given me a soapbox, and now I am abusing it. I don't know. I just want, it's such a magical, weird thing. And I think maybe it's because I've like wasted 10 years of my life doing this for a living to pay the bills, but like, it needs to be passed on, right? It really does. And we're so lucky right now that we're in like a great little renaissance of pinball, with Stern making incredible machines and Jersey Jack making these loaded up, massive, crazy games, and Spooky making like the small, fun stuff, and, you know, Jerry Stellenberg making his incredible P3 platform. I mean, that guy is at every single freaking pinball show fucking ever. It's incredible. You've got even the small guys, right? Like, what's that? The guys that made that Celtic pinball machine? That's crazy. You've got the Pinball Brothers taking over for Highway Pinball failed, and they're remaking Alien. You've got people remaking 20-year-old pinball machines like new. It's crazy, man. Like, again, like my first pinball machine was a Creature from the Black Lagoon that I got for a couple $100 because it had cracked ramps. And I couldn't get ramps in 2007. It didn't exist, right? I had to patch them together. So we're lucky. We're super lucky. Just always remember that. Anyways. Thanks for your time. Yeah, hey, no problem. This is just my soapbox now. I'm like going to turn into like Mussolini and start pounding shit. Yeah, I can't stand the band Guns N' Roses, but the machine looks really fun. Haggis Pinball, thank you. Yeah, that looks cool, man. Oh yeah, shoot! I'm sorry. Even though that is kind of a funny joke, Carrie, but Deep Root. I forgot about Deep Root. I mean, that's some really neat innovation. I take away the politics of pinball because that's lame anyways, but like that bar thing on the Deep Root games is neat. I played the Retro Atomic Zombie whatever Wonderland at Houston 2 years ago, and it was neat, right? I mean, it's just so much creativity going into pinball. I think it's just amazing. So we're really lucky. And 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it was just Stern and Jersey Jack, right? And now we have so much more. Not that we needed more because they make awesome stuff, but it's just fun. There's just so much to go around. I don't know. It's amazing. American Pinball. Sorry, I forgot about American Pinball. Houdini's freaking incredible. I don't care how hard people say it is. I think it's a really cool game. Oktoberfest is one of my favorite games that I'd love to own just to understand that game. And Hot Wheels is something I haven't gotten to touch yet, but I've watched the Fliptronic crew play that game a bunch, and it just looks so cool. Dude, it's just insane. We're so lucky. We're so lucky. Well, okay, so again, like, let's just take away the politics of Deep Root, right? Like saying that they're going to revolutionize everything and their games are going to cost $3,000 and they're going to be perfect and whatever. But it's neat, right? They're trying something new, right? Think about what Jersey Jack did. They made Wizard of Oz. That game was insane. It had everything in the kitchen sink, and they put a freaking TV in the back glass. It took Stern 2 or 3 years, and then they put a TV in the back glass, right? Jersey Jack lit the fire to start different and innovating things in pinball, and I think that now Stern is doing a bunch of cool and different innovating things in pinball. Stern secretly put UV ink in a playfield for their pinball game and then said, hey, check it out. This has UV ink and we're selling a kit to make it do something crazy. Stern put a freaking projector in a pinball machine, the same game, to make it crazy. You know, it's like, it might seem like a novelty now, but maybe Deep Root's crazy lockdown bar thing will be the next thing in pinball. Who knows, right? It's just neat. They did make Oktoberfest just for me, and I never bought it. I feel bad. It took but the thing is you have to realize that Stern is a big corporation, right? They can't just, George Gomez just can't go to the board of Stern and convince Gary. It's like, hey, we're going to put TVs in all of our pinball machines now, right? They went through many steps to make a new system that worked really well and is very reliable and will work for many years to come. Not that Jersey Jack's isn't that way, right? But they, Stern as a bigger corporation moves a little more slowly and are not as agile in the way that some of the other smaller players are, right? Retooling a whole production line is insane. And Stern has a massive production line. So it took them a while, but look what we get, right? It took 4 years between Wizard of Oz and Batman 66, but every single game they've made after Batman 66, including that game, are just freaking home runs, right? Just saying. I don't want to talk pinball politics. I'm just trying to spread positivity because there's so much negativity in pinball. Weird vacuum. Yeah, it's hard. Supporting this stuff is difficult. Yeah, Batman 66 came before Aerosmith. That was the first Spike 2 game. You got carried. It's okay. Well, no, you're right, too, but, think about it, though, right? I mean, some of the most, revered games from Stern are still their freaking dot matrix games, right? Everyone loves Game of Thrones for some reason. Everyone loves The Walking Dead. I love Star Trek. Everyone loves Metallica. It's a great game, right? So I think the thing with I don't care what kind of display it is because as pinball players, we're not looking at the display so much, right? But to the person that doesn't know anything about pinball or forgot pinball existed, didn't realize that pinball was still being made, the LCD is a big eye catcher, and that's the big difference, right? I am going to buy a Deadpool over a Star Trek Premium, which is my dream game, but I know that if I buy Deadpool, it will earn more money because it has a big screen on it, and that's what people look for. And Deadpool's an incredible game, but just saying. But think about it though, New Mexico Pinball, it's like, what do the programmers at Stern have to do? A lot, right? It's like reinventing the test screen is not high on their priority list. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to give excuses, but Jersey Jack's diagnostic screen is really amazing. It's very powerful. But all of us know how to use that old diagnostic screen, and I don't think they need to change it yet. It's going to be great when they do, but we're okay for now. It's not the end of the world. No, you're right. It is funny, and I like to roast Mike Guidarelli, who is one of the systems engineers at Stern, over the wonderful user interface they have. You're right. No, you're right. The Pin 2000 and Jersey Jack interface are very great. It's amazing. It does make for... But at the same time, the old style works, I like dots. Me too.
I think George Gomez is the perfect person to be heading Stern's creative department because he is such an incredibly creative person. That guy has been in amusement, coin-operated amusement, just amusement overall, and toys for his entire career. And he's got some great big ideas. And I really think that when the studio went under his control, it's just been amazing ever since. We're very lucky to have the old guard like George Gomez still in the industry doing this kind of stuff. Okay, I said that we were going to stop 23 minutes ago, and we're going to stop at 6. I have 7 more minutes in me. My voice is dying. I'm going to refill my beer because I need to. But we will end soon. I'm sorry. This is getting good right now, though. My super janky setup here of my computer on my speaker. 2 George Gomez's, NBA and Sopranos. NBA Fast Break is one of my favorite games, and Sopranos is another hit. I'm excited to get Deadpool because that's gonna be my first modern game. Well, no, I guess TNA is modern too, but my first modern Stern game, but also my first George Gomez game. And I love Deadpool. Production assembly is difficult. It doesn't matter. I mean, look, it's like you have companies that have been around for hundreds of years with production lines, like Ford, 100 years, and it's like you still have problems, right? I mean, Tesla, the biggest problem with the Tesla is that they're built poorly. The technology is wonderful, but production is hard. It doesn't matter who you are and how much money you have behind you. It's still difficult. Yeah, if I refill my Stein, I will be good for another hour, but I have other things to do. As much as I love talking to all of you, this is fun. I have a machine keep reverting back to German, so having a test screen that I'm familiar with navigating is helpful in that moment. Is it a Williams game? Ludwig synopsis? On the Williams games, there's some jumpers on the computer that, depending on which jumpers are connected, will default the game into that language no matter what you set it into software. So you might want to, if it's a re-imported game, you might want to check the computer and re-add those jumpers to put it back in English. Or just learn German. Because it's fun. And it sounds angry. Actually, I have to use the restroom quite badly, so we're going to extend this stream to 6:10 and not a minute later. I'll be right back.
Sitting on the floor is really classy. I could have set this room up a little better before we did this. Yes, it's a Williams. Bam! Okay, I'm going to teach you how to fix that, and I'm going to have you do it yourself. I'm just giving y'all a little extra time because I'm enjoying this too. I just have so many other things to finish. It's getting dark. I haven't watered the plants, and I told my wife that I would be done doing this at 2 o'clock, and I haven't gotten anything done.
She's gonna walk in at any minute. Be like,
Yeah. Hey, Kyle, why didn't you do anything? You should be peeing. Get out of there. How'd you wash your hands? I'm not going to get into this. But I will just say, I like peeing sitting down. Okay, end of that. Anyways, the thing with pinball, you're right though, like the manufacturing is difficult, and that's where quality things come into play. But I think a lot of the problems, I'm going to do hot topic here. A lot of people see faults in things that traditionally were not faults, okay? So think about this, right? A Rolls Royce is built to an incredible standard because the customer base has always demanded an incredible standard. Let's think about our pinball games. A pinball game was bought by Bob's Cigarette Company, was taken out of the box and plopped into a bowling alley, and was visited once every month to remove all the quarters and to maybe change a light bulb. Fast forward 10 years, now pinball is a high-end commodity thing that sells for a lot of money, and people enjoy collecting them, which they should. But the thing is like pinball was always built to a very reliable, tough standard, but it was never built to an incredible standard. I always find the term high-end restoration to be hilarious because you can't restore something that was never made high-end, right? Like you can restore a Rolls Royce high-end very easily, or not easily, it's very expensive, but it was built to a high-end standard. A pinball machine is built to an amusement device standard, right? They're very tough. They're meant to take a big beating, but it was never a high-end thing. I don't know, man. It's just, I think like people need to check their expectations, right? Like, yes, does your game look weird when you see a bunch of little dimples in the playfield? Yeah, but you know, like a steel ball is a lot harder than a birchwood playfield is, right? Like this is to be given. One of my friends had a road show that was new in the box. He took it out. This was maybe in 2014. He bought this game, took it out of the box, and you know what? There were plenty of dimples on that playfield after we played it for a few months. This is not a quality standard thing. I think people really need to check their standards and realize that it's not, you know, Stern and Jersey Jack making things to a low quality. It's just, this is what these things were built to, right? 100,000 games later on your Attack from Mars, your playfield is now a perfectly pounded piece of wood that is very uniform. But when you take your Stranger Things straight out of the box and you play 100 games and you do those little spots, it's like, yeah, you've only played 100 games on it. Played another 900,900 times, and you know, 999,900 times, and it'll get to the point where it's looking uniform, you know? Hot take. Very hot take. Appreciating Kyle much now after following. Uh-oh. I like all of those comments above. In Ludwig's synopsis, absolutely. That's probably what's actually going to happen. Obi-Wan Kenobi, I don't think you're being toxic. I think you're very right. And I think that's the thing, right? You do have these big manufacturers now, or the big manufacturers now, doing something similar, but it's also been that way previously. Last year, unfortunately, we lost a great person in the pinball world, Chaz Siddiqui.
who was a great. I mean, he has been an amusement fan forever, right? I mean, that was his hobby before he turned into technical support and a service person at Stern. He used to write for Replay magazine, which was an industry magazine. And I mean, that is how these companies did get this before, right? They would poach people that were very talented and put them into those directions. And I think that's the one thing that Stern is working on right now is they are reshuffling great things internally. Their sales department is incredible now, bringing in people from the outside. They're reworking their parts department and accessories department right now. The service department is excellent, but they definitely need more help, right? Patrick Powers is an incredible person and very smart, but there's only so much one person can do. You know what I mean? So I think that is the direction that these companies are going in right now, is really increasing the support to help people like you and me and everyone else that buys a pinball machine to put in their living room. Because before, they've been used to dealing with Bob at Bob's Cigarette Company, and he knows how to fix I fixed my Medieval Madness, but man, I don't know what to do on this, whatever, But so they're having to learn to deal with people that have less of a skill level, where, Bob knows how to fix vending machines. He can definitely work on a pinball machine, right? So it's working that way. Nolan, I'm sure you got this answer, but pinball in Germany is generally called flipper, to differentiate between like flipper and like bingo games, but it's a flipperspiel, so a flipper game. Yeah, high-end pinball is don't play the pinball. Modules of my knowledge. Yeah, I need to keep doing brain dumps, but not ranting while drinking beer. But I think all the information's useful. I miss Germany too. I was supposed to be in Germany last month, but I had to cancel my vacation because of an unfortunate pandemic. It's hard, man. I think that's the thing, is like, I'm curious to see what Stern will do when it comes to like the customer support thing, because we need, everyone needs support, and I think they're absolutely going in the right direction. It's just, again, when you're dealing with a big corporation, and especially in the year of a pandemic, it's very difficult to, make these big changes in your company when you've absolutely had a monetary problem. Right? I mean, they're not having I don't know, but there's not a monetary problem. But, the whole economy is slowed down. So I think when everything kind of jumps back on the right course, things will be better all the way around. Stern is an incredible company that is definitely able to move and deal with these sorts of market forces. And it's pretty incredible that even throughout basically a whole year of this terrible, awful thing throughout humanity, that none of these little pinball companies have gone under or folded or anything like that. It's unfortunate that we've lost so many locations and stuff like that, but I think that just goes to show that pinball's here to stay. I mean, Marco as a company, we've stayed very, very busy throughout the entire pandemic. A lot of people forced to be at home, and they work on their pinball games, right? So we're kind of, the whole thing is lucky. It's all very lucky. So it seems like everything is trending the right way. So. Marburg. Never been there. I haven't spent a lot of time in that part of Germany. I've spent a lot of time in the Rhinish part of Germany, and I spent a lot of time in Berlin, in Bavaria, Franconia. Franconia is my favorite part of Germany. Saxony's actually, they're all my favorite part of Germany. Are there any German people that want to adopt me, my wife, and 3 cats? Uh-oh. Hunter's here. Getting them orders out. That's right. Thank you for continuing to buy parts from us.
to keep your pinball machines working, because if it wasn't for you, I couldn't feed my cats. Berlin's a great city, but Berlin doesn't feel like a German city. Berlin feels like the most international place ever. It's a wonderful place. It's not like a degrading thing. I think I'm just saying, like, it just doesn't feel like you're in Germany at that point, other than the fact that things are written in German. No, you're right, Obi Drunk Kenobi. I like saying that every time. That's the thing, is it needs to evolve. You're not wrong. It does need to evolve, but it's people like us that know what we're doing that does usher in that new era of pinball, right? I worked for a guy that did, I mean, we had a little route, but it wasn't a route, right? We weren't an amusement company. We weren't a massive operation. We fixed pinball machines, right? But the thing is like, you know, the amusement thing is constantly changing, and this industry will modernize. My friend TJ, who came on the show, I've known TJ for a long time. I mean, one of his big things right now is installing card readers at amusement centers, right? Because people aren't putting quarters in games anymore. You swipe your credit card, you get 100 points on your little card thing, and you pop it onto a game. Like, these things are constantly evolving, and that's the thing, is like, the industry is slowly evolving. I mean, think about it. Gary Stern worked for his dad at Williams in the 70s. Sam Stern bought Chicago Coin in the late 70s and turned it into Stern Electronics. I mean, Gary Stern has been in the pinball industry since the 70s, right? It's, you know, and he's the old guard, but he is still evolving and letting his company evolve into the new era. It's but there's definitely some gosh, English is hard right now. There's a lack of momentum in some places, right? There's an inertia that needs to be overcome, because the industry is not stagnant, but the industry is just slow to respond. And Stern and Jersey Jack and all of these other big manufacturers have kind of overcome, and now they're rapidly filling into the new valley of the modern era. And I think that the best is yet to come, and that's crazy. Sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat now. Ludwig Synopsis says, home sales are through the roof. Right? I know. Dude, so when I worked for Chris, I mean, it went from like when I started working for Chris, it was like, hey, I've got a pinball machine I need you to fix, to, hey, I've got 5 pinball machines I need you to fix, right? Like, people were buying more and more and more. And then we would get these people that would be buying 1 or 2 new games at a time. It was like, well, I want Beatles and Iron Maiden. It's like, okay, cool. It's like home sales are, they are through the roof. Like, lots of new games are being sold. It's nuts. Carrie wants me to turn it off. Okay, end stream now. Okay, we're gonna go until I finish my beer. So maybe that's another 5 or 10 minutes. You guys are fun. I'm gonna stop ranting though. I need to stop saying controversial things. Hey Emoto.
Yeah.
Can you make the Twippies, make it so Todd at TNT wins everything in the Twippies?
I know.
Best game of the year, Todd Tucky at TNT Amusement.
I could edit it like that for sure. Should I do it?
Yes, please do it. Don't tell anyone that we made you do it.
Okay. I'm gonna say it was Carrie Hardy's idea.
Yeah, Carrie Hardy did it. Jonathan, yes, I like to rant about this stuff. I am a student of history. I studied history in university. So I like to look at things from that lens, because if you don't learn from history, you're not learning anything. Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's something weird, like in South Carolina, gambling is a huge thing, but since it's such a conservative state, gambling basically got totally illegalized, right? Video poker was huge, right? And that's the reason why pinball fell to the wayside, because pinball takes a lot of maintenance, it doesn't earn a lot of money, and why would I continue paying and fixing these things when they don't earn me as much as my video poker would, right? It's the problem pinball has had forever, especially in the late 70s, early 80s with the advent of video games. But I just got in contact with an operator here who has dozens of pinball machines that have been folded on their backs for a long time. And he wants me to help him get them working. And that's the thing, right? Is like, it's coming back. Even to these old guys that like made a bunch of money on video poker and they're done with it, you know? It's a weird cycle, but these old guys do want to learn, but they don't want to learn how to fix this stuff anymore. They just want it to work. So we'll see. Maybe I'll get some new pinball machines out of trading labor for games. We'll see. Anyways, doner kebab. Oh yeah, I love my doner kebabs. I'm mostly a vegetarian, but when I'm in Germany, I eat a lot of meat. What beer am I drinking? I am drinking a Keller beer. It's an unfiltered lager from my favorite brewery here in Columbia, South Carolina, Beer Keller. Todd is the best. I love Todd. I'm just... Todd Tucky needs a Todd Tucky pinball machine, really. Todd's great. He's a really... I've never met Todd, but like I've talked to him a lot. You know, he orders a lot of parts from us, and he calls a lot. He orders a lot of our PinScore LED displays, the replacement for the high voltage gas plasma stuff. It's always fun to talk to Todd. I'm very excited. Maybe Emoto, if we can finagle going to the Allentown pinball show. Is that Pintastic?
There's an Allentown, and then there's Pintastic, which is in
Pintastic's different.
Massachusetts somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well-
I would love to go visit. Did you know that interviewing Todd Tucky was one of my very first Emoto Arcade interviews before I even got into pinball? So we're like standing on a DDR machine and I'm interviewing him about his insane arcade collection. And like, I have some B-roll of the pinball, but this was like so long ago.
That's awesome. That's really cool. I love Todd.
I didn't even remember that, but it was crazy. I was so intimidated by him. He's so amazing.
I'd really like to figure out, I know that we're talking about this in meetings at work, but I'd really like to figure out if we're going to go do Allentown. I've never been to Allentown. I'm a West Coast guy, now living on the East Coast. But the whole idea of the swap meet is super cool. I will be vaccinated by that time. It might be something to consider we do. But I love swap meets. I love buying weird pinball stuff. But Todd, I know Todd goes...
go up as procurement.
I know, right? That's what I should do. I should say, well, I'm going to buy parts so we can sell them at the store. Anyways, no, I know, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're totally right. But see, I also try to force that into people that know the same thing. But right now, I am at a deficit for pinball machines. I would rather be trading my labor for equipment because I have a lot of locations and places that want games. So it's very easy for me to trade my skill and knowledge, etc., for equipment, right? So I'd rather be making those kinds of arrangements, which are kind of in my favor for that matter, right? But yes, no, you're right. It's it's hard though because like with my friends with pinball games, like I want to go over to my friends' houses and fix all their stuff because I enjoy fixing all their problems and games, etc. But you know, it is, right? I mean, at the place we used to charge $100 an hour in the shop and $120 an hour on location, right? I could be charging that kind of money to fix these things, right? But right now, I'd rather have the equipment, and it's much easier for me to work out an arrangement that way to get, well, I'll fix these games, but I'll take that one. Allentown. Yeah, let's do it. What kind of car do I drive? I have a 2019 Volkswagen GTI. I've been a terrible pinball guy, and I've only owned it. I owned a truck for a while, but I just make all my other friends move my pinball machines for me. But I do also have a 2003 Subaru Forester that my wife drives, and I can fit pinball games in that too. I really want a Ford like transit van or something like that. That would be a good pinball movie van, you know. That's cool, man. Where's Obi-Wan Kenobi? Where are you from? Are you from the Northeast? Yes, to fit into South Carolina, you have to have like a Chevy 2500 pickup truck with like the back springs cut so the thing sits like this, and it has to have an obnoxious exhaust and like your Instagram name like vinyled onto the back window. It's really stupid. Yes, Volkswagen owners. This is my first GTI. Yeah, Ludwig Synopsis has great pictures of a Bally vampire fit into her GTI. I've never moved a pinball game in my GTI. Oh, okay. So yeah, Northeast guy. I'm excited to go to that show. The shows on the East Coast seem to be a lot different than the shows on the West Coast, but I'd really like to do the whole swap meet thing. That's really intriguing to me. I go to pinball shows mostly to go to the swap meets and then sip on my flask of Maker's Mark the rest of the weekend. But that is how I've amassed a stupid collection of pinball playfields for games that I do not own. Oh, nice. An Atlas. My dad has an Atlas. I just don't like driving trucks. They're just too big. I really like wagons, but like wagons don't exist anymore. So I don't know what I'm going to get next. I mean, I'm going to keep my GTI. I really like my GTI a lot, but I was thinking it's like my wife and I might buy a Tesla Model 3 at some point because electric cars are definitely the future, but I want a van. I really want a van. One of my friends had a Ford Transit van, and you could easily fit 2 pinball games in there. You could fit 3 of them in there if you're super crafty. You could take the shooter rods out of games and like stand them on their backs in those vans. It's pretty cool. So oh yeah, Mom's Organic Market. I know there's a couple of those things, but I know that Stephanie and Jose in DC. What I forgot? Jeez, sorry, it's the beer now. I don't remember what their YouTube deal is. One iPod, one pinball. I love their streams. Stephanie and Jose are amazing. They're so much fun. I can't wait to go back up there. DC is one of my favorite cities to go visit. It's so much fun, but I'm also a museum freak, so the Smithsonian is just so exciting. Ooh, an RSX. Man, that's awesome. I loved those cars when I was in high school. Yeah, okay, so that's the other thing, is like living in South Carolina, I can import weird Japanese cars, and one of my coworkers has an amazing Toyota Hi-Ace van, which is just it's a Toyota passenger van, but they're just they're super cool, but you know, it's like right-hand drive and like they're neat cars from Japan, and I've always wanted one. So I'm kind of thinking that is what I might buy for a fun hauler. So
You would look so ridiculous in a high ace bed.
why?
Because it's so tiny.
No, they're big.
They're not, they're like, they look like sprinters, but miniature.
No, the High Ace is bigger. Maybe you're thinking of a smaller van, because the High Ace is like a normal size big boy van. A GTI diesel. Hell yeah. Worked at the museum. Oh, neat. Huh. Hey, Ashley, if you're still here, you want to know something funny? You are the last person to cut my hair. This ridiculous, like, long-ass, weird cut I have going on. You, what was that, in, like, January of 2020? I can't wait to get my hair cut. I used to have a 1991 Toyota pickup truck, and that was like the perfect car for so many things, but I sold it. I don't remember why, but I sold it. But I want a van just because of like bad weather, you know? It's just so much better to have a van. No. Nolan, no, it wasn't a Tacoma. It was like before they even called it a Tacoma. It was just called a Toyota truck. It was awesome. Because it was low. It was easy for me to transport motorcycles and dirt bikes because that's what I did in my previous life, was doing motorcycle mechanic stuff. Carrie, yes, I've always wanted to go to the National Video Game Museum. And I was figuring next time we go to TPF, I would just take vacation in Texas after the show and then fly back later. I'm very excited to go do that. Texas is going to be fun. I'm excited to see that. I've always wanted a 4Runner. I like 4Runners a lot. I've just never been a truck guy. I think I like being a really tall person, but like driving the smallest car possible. So I'm still thinking about buying a Miata just for the lulz, because it's hilarious. Oh my gosh. 6'10", BS. Josh called me. Marco hasn't called me. Hey, I think Marco ditched me. Get a VW Rabbit. I want a wagon, man. I just wish that like you could buy a normal wagon that was like big anymore, right? Like the Subarus are like weird and you can't actually fit a pinball game in them. And I don't want a Subaru because they get terrible gas mileage. Like the only wagons that are like anywhere near big enough to fit a pinball game in them are like BMW and Mercedes wagons, and I don't have new BMW or Mercedes money. You know? A VW thing? Heck yeah. Nah, I love my little GTI. I'm okay with that. But what I really wish, I wish Tesla would make just like a freaking van. Like just make a freaking like Ford Transit style van. I think you'd sell a ton of those to a bunch of companies and like jobber kind of people, you know, plumbers, electricians, you know, it just makes so much sense. The electric car infrastructure doesn't really exist so much in South Carolina 100%, but, you know, I still want one. Burl Ives subscribed. Thank you, Burl Ives, for subscribing to our channel. I can't believe you subscribed while I've been ranting about cars and pinball. This is fun. This is weird. I'm just sitting in my living room on the floor.
For like 5 hours.
I know, what the this is ridiculous. I gotta go. I like museums. Pastime. I'm watching for her car. I think she's in Greenville right now, so she's like a ways away. Pastime Pinball. I'd love to come to Vermont, Jonathan. I'm going to put that on my map just because I do plan on driving up sometime. I'm very, very excited to go drive up and see my friend Ashley in New York. I've never been to New York. I've never anywhere in New York, actually. Oh, cool. But when I go to the Northeast, I want to like actually do a Northeast thing. I've never been there and want to enjoy it. But I've always wanted to do the Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire kind of, deal. It's magical to me. Y'all don't want this to end? God. You're not sick of me? I'm annoyed by myself, and I'm not even talking to myself. Yeah, you're right, Obi Drunk Kenobi, but I kind of like being like a car purist, or not a purist, that sounds stupid. I just hate crossovers. They're just like the worst of both worlds, right? Like a Toyota RAV4 is just a Corolla, except for taller and gets like way worse gas mileage, right? Like I understand the storage is great, but I just wish, it makes me so frustrated that wagons aren't a thing anymore, right? Like wagons used to be everywhere. I can't wait to come back to DC. I love DC. Black Cat is such a cool bar. Kevin, what is his place called? Kevin, it's a place like kind of north in DC, and he has a really neat bar that has pinball. I'm finding it on my map right now. It's the Lyman's. I know Kevin at Lyman's. He's a really awesome guy. I love DC. It's just such a cool place. The food is incredible. I love DC. I cannot wait to go back. 94 Escort wagon. Great car. You're right. Thank you, Turin. Lyman's, yes. No, I know. That's why I'm keeping my GTI. I will not get rid of my GTI. Well, maybe one day, but I like my GTI. It's a perfect car for everything, but it's not a great pin hauler, right? Yeah, Lyman's is cool, man. Good food, good beer, pinball. I really like Black Cat because they have Centaur. I don't remember the last time I was in DC, but I think I just took a splurge trip with my wife. We were just like, F it, let's just take next weekend off and fly to DC. And then we ended up spending more than a weekend, and it was great. A Mini Morris, yes. Well, see, you don't have this problem because in wonderful Europe, people still sell normal cars. Not everyone drives a 3-ton tank everywhere like they do in America. So you can at least get a nice wagon that's reasonable. I think maybe that's the neat thing about DC is like there's not a lot of people that are actually from DC. It's kind of like the same thing like I was talking about with Berlin, Germany, where it's just like you're just kind of in an international city. Like DC is full of a lot of people that are from everywhere, and it's like the best of everything. And it's just so charming in that way. People are just great. I remember being cornered in Lyman's by this super, super drunk Austrian guy because I pronounced a German word correctly, and he realized that like I kind of spoke German, and then he just wouldn't leave me alone for 3 hours. But it ended up being like one of the greatest 3-hour drunk guy experiences of my life. I love DC. Yeah, the West Coast pinball thing is different. I don't understand the East Coast pinball thing yet because I haven't gotten to experience it. 2 months after I moved here, the entire world shut down because of a terrible pandemic. But I'm very excited to continue checking it out. The West Coast thing is a lot more chill, but I'm also from the West Coast, so I get the vibe that exists from Vancouver, Canada, all the way down to like San Diego, California, where the vibe is very different in South Carolina than it is in New Jersey or something like that. So we'll see though. But at least, you know, that's the fun thing. It's like we all have pinball in common, right? So, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm ending this. I gotta be done. This has been very fun. I appreciate all of you for sticking around for freaking 5 hours. But hey, we fixed X-Files. We're kind of far away from this thing. It's like we don't even remember that this was even here, but this was fun. I appreciate this. It makes me feel...
Let's raid someone.
Yeah, let me look. I can't believe there's a bunch of people here listening to this. Let's go to twitch.tv. Da-di-da-di-da. I don't know how to use Twitch. Pinball. Oh my gosh, that's me sitting on the floor. Why are we the highest viewed pinball thing and I'm just sitting here on the freaking floor?
People are sharing. We can go to Lead Sand then.
Willy Wonka looks cool. Oh, there's my wife calling me. Hey, hold on, I gotta take this call. Then we'll do it. Hey, Amoto, you can do this on my computer. Hey. How far are you away? Okay, that's cool. I'll see you later. Love you, bye.
Thanks for watching and hanging out with us.
Yeah, that's fun.
Kyle especially. We're going to raid someone.
Who are we gonna raid?
Sorry. Do you guys want to see Rudy Funhouse or Willy Wonka?
I wrote option 1. Thanks for joining us, Carrie. Thanks for coming here.
Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Rudy Soup is Rudy the face of pinball, so I just assumed he was doing Funhouse as well.
Oh.
It's actually both Willy Wonka.
Huh. Well, do Willy Wonka then. No. Yeah, thanks for everyone for joining. That was really fun. Thanks everyone for being here and listening and joining and helping me fix X-Files. We did it. Now it just needs the finishing touches and we'll stream it on Monday. We'll do some gameplay. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
So thanks everyone. That was great.